serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel until the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, first and foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey through Jewish mysticism. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this vast and I think really, really amazing and beautiful and very controversial literature. So that said, again, also just really studied with some of the really awesome people, scholars like Ashley Ford. Really thank you so much. Ashley's an amazing scholar of Marxism who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just willing to take the time to listen to me, I guess, I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from pardes, right, which is this big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is a little unusual, right? You simply think of mysticism as going up towards God or whatever that is up there. But typically in Jewish mysticism, we go down, we descend into things. And so the sort of lobby of the world of the mystical is this pardes, this garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, especially found in the Talmud and through the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may know, in the Babylonian Talmud, in Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive, basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one, Rabbi, emerged. And so we'll talk about that really famous story here in just a couple of weeks. So Jewish mysticism is, on the one hand, I think, an incredibly intriguing domain of study, but it also has always had an undercurrent of danger. And we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. So when I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. And what that means is I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment in which they emerge. And I don't try to do sort of general mystical ideas about what this stuff might mean. You'll do that on your own time because I don't have the mental capacity to tell you what half this stuff means. I can tell you what got written down, why, and maybe something about the world in which it got produced. But what it might mean for your spirituality, for instance. something that might just be frankly completely beyond me. But what we'll be looking at in the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texts, the major history and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as we work through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that. Right? So you could pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sefer Yetzirah or other major historical Jewish biblical texts, and that you could feel confident that you could dive into them. Now, sink or swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence to make the dive. So what I'm not going to do, what my aim isn't in this class, is I can't make you a Kabbalist. Right? I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist. And so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. I think it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual life and your spiritual development. If that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't want anyone to have the idea that what I'm going to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism. Because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism, or if I did, I would be doing that in a different class, maybe. So we're going to be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not going to be doing much in the way of meditating on Hebrew letters to measure the body of God.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
What's the name in Jewish mysticism? We'll talk about it.
Boring.
They measured the body of God. God has really small fingers. So we'll get to this kind of mysticism later. So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So I'm going to throw out a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to mean by mystical in this class. And you're certainly going to hear the fact that I come from a philosophical background, and so coming from a philosophical background, I think about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, right? So, and in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the word tradition there, right, I'm kind of punning on it in Hebrew, right? The word Kabbalah actually means receive, and it has a sense of tradition, right? So I'm kind of punning a little bit on what this word mysticism is. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions, they're inside of cultural contexts, they're inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things. Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that, and that's not the case. In fact, many mystics in many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism. Think of Hildegard as being the great German Christian mystic. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is they're not going to be giving us arguments. A mystic's not going to tell you A, then B, then C, therefore you should deduce D. And they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, my induction is a 75% certainty that blah, 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 blah. They're not doing any of that. They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally. So when I say non-rational, I want you to hear neither irrational nor rational. Non-rational. Something in between. Something in between. I should also say just a little bit out of the gate. about the distinction here to be made between Jewish mysticism more generally and Kabbalah more specifically. We now, in the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use the term Kabbalah to describe all of Jewish mysticism. It's a bit of a mistake. The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, 13th century is a common era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like the Kabbalistic idea, the reparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, contraction into which God sort of shrinks God itself to project the universe to the cosmos, those ideas don't come out of whole cloth. And we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there, but get there we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism. And there are other Jewish mysticisms that also existed prior to the Kabbalah, right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it gets a bit confusing. So suffice to say, Israelite or Jewish mysticism extends probably back before history. What I mean by history, of course, here is just the history of writing. When the ancient Israelites began to write things down. And as we'll see in a moment, some of the earliest texts that have been recovered in Israelite literature are, interestingly enough, both composed by women and also both composed by mystic women. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't get enough press, that some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So why that doesn't get enough press? It's not. But, right, it's true. If you're curious what you're seeing on the screen here on the left-hand side, this is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called the Ketef-Hinnom. And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you've ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, you might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead, probably. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this. And it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The little amulet's probably about that big, and the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They are very old Paleo-Hebrew letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing. We'll talk about it more in just a moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure many folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, communicated to people. Now, typically, when gods speak to people, that is non-rational, right? That's not rational. Not rational, right? Not like you're going to get logical deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously and sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy distinct ways. One way that's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract, is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like, mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you could get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah, in certain sections of the Torah, are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats have to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known, Israel is almost always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would have made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a God and not with a country, which means that you're subservient fundamentally to some other being and not the king of Babylon or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts always involve you getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites vowed that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vows that if they do that, they will get the land, right? They will have land, and a land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest. But the idea is, they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. This didn't happen for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that broke down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelite community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Rabbi, right, prophets. Rabbi. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always negative. The prophet, you never invite a prophet to a party. It will ruin any party you invite them to because they'll mostly spend all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelites and other ancient Near East literature, are widely attested. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is cuneiform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. Then what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods, is that you would kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver, obviously, and you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die, whatever. And so there have been, by the way, hundreds of these recovered from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was widely attested. I should also note here that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predicted the future. That was a different job. Those were other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. There's one time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that is a different job. We now think of prophets as predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea, or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people, right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God, Yahweh. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahu there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the satrap of Yehuda during the Persian period. And also we have a winged throne chariot that this is sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh and the book of Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. I don't know how many people have seen this image before. Show of hands or things like this. Some folks have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. But clearly here on the coinage is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Yahweh does not skip that big. So God appearing. Right? God appearing is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the god to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the god appear to you. And so, what's interesting about the Israelite theophany, God appearing, is that sometimes the Israelite writers like to depict their image of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne. Very common image. If you have the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get. Is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is that the ancient Israelites have developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. Part of their God is corporeal and then visible. And in other texts, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses, Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say you saw me face to face. Whatever, the Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites, always included somehow. One of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God hidden in the Arafel, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God himself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate. On the one hand, they want to go claim our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us the law. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God, and that's what makes us special. A chosen people. And on the other hand, they're like, yeah, our God is invisible. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body. Doesn't live in a place. God's the God of everything. And so God also appears quasi-invisible as well. The main accounts that we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three, right, or four actually. We have the theophany to Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hasn't been changed yet. Where God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I said, right? Move out of Canaan, and move to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses, both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. The voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate, unlike perhaps other nearby religions. Although I will say that the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up, right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drink partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, they're quaking in their boots. The text says they are quaking like literally. They're shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrifying. And we have the word some, right? But notice how we say full of all, the word gets negative. Full is bad, some is good. Some all is okay. Like a rainbow, a lot of all is bad. It's full. But when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have records of their bodies physically shaking, sweating. They lose the ability to speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner, an ecstatic expert, primarily found in Siberia. And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context applied more generally. I'm a bit skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in kind of a rough and ready way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert, or the shaman, is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh. And from that visitation, they're able to extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much of the same way that traditional shamans will often travel to the spirit world in order to cure people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some forms of Israelite prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire community. So again, this is where using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think the term does track in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah and the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible, probably actually represents an experience. Which is just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah probably did experience some kind of mystical event. And they record that event, and that recording of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard, because if you read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to do really extreme things, like lie in the street naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? We don't know. I mean, again, it's not for me to pathologize Ezekiel or to diagnose him. I have neither the ability neither. But from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal, but you take them out of that and put them into capitalism where they can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, "I'm going to die." He says, "I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die." And he doesn't die, and then he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called Merkabah literature, or chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, but the time after that, this was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, Merkabah mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you should all keep in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is depicted, as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, Merkabah mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, even I did it up, right? They're not going up, they're going down in the mystical Yod Day, they go down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God, which we know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God. We'll look at that literature. And in some cases, they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So you're going to be transformed into an angel. All you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big one. No big one. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we'll get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, Merkabah mysticism, not Kabbalah. Different kinds of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. But as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. We do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world, but it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, I'm happy to talk more about that later if you're interested, for whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It probably has to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in the temple structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best adaptation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world more generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main temple, the main library of Ashurbanipal. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the Library of Ancient Alexandria, but over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because unlike the burning libraries down now, right, the books and burned. That's bad. If you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right, those texts are all preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in the British Library. That's very great for stealing things. Um, and so, what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is that individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurbanipal. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one person. Isaiah is written by three people, right? At three different times with three different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know of as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this Josephine stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people. And they didn't have their ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry, not sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. What is Israelite prophecy in just a minute? We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the dozen. I don't know. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to get them into, it got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the God had to tell them, and a scribe would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people. The Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals, and they would pull string with barbs on it through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. That blood would be gathered into a pot, and then the paper with the blood soaked would burn into burning smoke. Maya kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably, so whipping themselves in order to use perhaps the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting you into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out. So anyway, self-harm was also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the dead. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of laws. Although also there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be buried in a Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's the thing people say, and they're wrong. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And we also, what's I think really important but doesn't get talked about enough, is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Specifically the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the Um, we know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another third gender called Athenu. And these Athenu prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they could be converted and converted back on the command of the goddess. And while you were converted to this Athenu gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual sex working job in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature is pretty scant. But I think what's interesting again from a material history and gender studies study of this is that the only attestation we have of a certain third gender with its own kind of grammar. The grammar here actually means womb person, but womb person is in the masculine gender in Akkadian. So clearly womb is associated with female people, whereas the word here is Athenu. They're clearly making it a gender bending category. And you have your gender typically men. I don't know if there's any cases of women being assigned to be Athenu, but men prophets can be shifted to the Athenu gender. So if you're curious about that, FYI, there's a great study of that by the SPL, Prophets Male and Female. I'll put it in the chat later. That is the most extensive study of this the role of gender and the Athenu gender in ancient Near East prophecy. We only know of one Canaanite non-Israelite prophet, and that is Balaam, son of Beor, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place. He's outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, the wall is plastered, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language, which is Moabite. And so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him. And he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Canaanite world. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language, which is Moabite. We only know of one Canaanite non-Israelite prophet, and that is Balaam, son of Beor, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place. He's outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, the wall is plastered, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language, which is Moabite. And so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him, and he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survive. If they existed, which they very well did, very well likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be that they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the provincial supremacy of the Israelites who dealt with them. It could just be that they haven't been discovered yet. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind a literary record. Unlike, I should mention this text that's on the screen here, this is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts. This is called the Descent of Ishtar. This is a tale where Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld.
This is phenomenal. I gotta take a look at this.
underworld, many religions have journey to the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld, Orpheus and the Greek legends. So this journey to the underworld business is a pretty typical religious literature. And the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read again prophetic literature and religious literature from the ancient world, in which women are the central focus, unlike in Israelite mythology, where it's all dudes all the time. What we have in Israelite prophecy is a very complicated state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as basically being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could kind of go down the street and there'd be a prophet in your village, very likely, and if you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you could probably get into contact with Yahweh like Yahweh at Yahweh.com or Gov. And so prophecy was widely attested. So first thing that we know is that prophets occurred in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, the oldest literature attested in the Hebrew Bible are both prophetic pieces of literature from women, specifically attributed to Deborah and Miriam. As you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Deborah, found in the book of Judges, are probably the oldest pieces of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old that there's no definite article yet in Hebrew. Right? They are very old, probably dating back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that at this period, both of these prophetic pieces of literature, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Deborah, are what we call warband prophecy. Warband prophecy was a very common form of prophecy all throughout the world, in which a prophet had contact with their God, and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually what would happen is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after one, if you did, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the God. And that's exactly what we have in the Song of Deborah and the Song of Miriam. The Song of Deborah probably is a very early, probably Bronze Age or very early Iron Age account of a tribal conflict in which one group of people killed the other, right? This is also the story of Yael driving a 10 spike to a dude's head, which is metal. And so, 10 spikes to his skull, that's the thing. And if you read the Deborah account, especially in Hebrew, it's very archaic. And of course, the Miriam story also probably is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites were able to escape, or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think just what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from the ancient Israelites who survived are mystical literature. They're accounts of the God speaking, and they're accounts of the God speaking to women in both cases. This may indicate, again, we have two pieces of evidence here. This may indicate that women served a unique role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted from battle, they were allowed to talk to God without the battle, or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, thought of as some extra kind of connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. It just is conspicuous that this earliest pieces of literature are both attested to women. We also have independent prophets, like freelance prophets. Those are people that basically go around condemning people for everything. Those prophets that you probably know are famous people like Amos, who was very famous for condemning the social practices of the ancient Israelites, specifically their excesses, being very wealthy. Amos is probably the most social justice-y warrior guy of the Hebrew Bible. He really dislikes the fact that the Israelites are so wealthy and they use their wealth to oppress poor people. If you've ever read that great section on Yom Kippur, right, where it says, "This is the fast I want. I don't want you fasting from food and water. I want you fasting from all kinds of social injustice." an independent social group. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would often act out their prophecy. So, for instance, if you thought that the king would be gored by an enemy, it's not uncommon that the prophets would actually have gore, like horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical way, it seems. And these theatrical shows where prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So we do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Near Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also seems like, by the way, FYI, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrians, ancient Babylonians had developed a very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that aren't clear. And they rejected it not because they knew better. It wasn't like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology was wrong. Probably just that they were jealous and they didn't have a sophisticated math. But the ancient Israelites did not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they liked a direct contact with their God. All things told, none of them were terribly reliable when it came to predicting the future. That's destroyed by somebody. None of them saw it coming. We also know that there were Roman prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. We know they had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such a band of Roman prophets. And we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Now again, this is more dancing and music were attested in ancient Israel. One of my things I really miss is that we have no idea what any of this music was sounded like. My idea is that it's always like some great metal or something. But we have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas what the instruments were. And we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, the first Israelite king, came in contact with one of these roving bands of ancient Israelite prophets. And he also immediately fell into an ecstatic state. So it seems like going into ecstatic states was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normalized. It was a thing that could be expected of that. So these bands would come through your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state and commune with Yahweh. We do know of several women who were engaged in prophecy, and they had, in some cases, very high rankings in society. One thinks of the prophetess Huldah. Huldah is primarily known from the book of Kings, where the King Josiah, the Judahite King Josiah, finds a Torah scroll on a wall, has it written down to justify his political agenda, and which is the Torah we still have, by the way, like basically it's a piece of political propaganda from the 6th century BCE, which no one talks about that. That's the thing. But Huldah is actually a woman prophet who is an immigrant, a refugee from the north. She's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's consulted to basically vet whether or not this scroll found on the wall is true. And of course, she does the very wise thing and says it is. Yes, I'm sure her neck will go on. So we do know that women had a relatively high-ranking position of power as prophets. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things as high level as basically that scripture. And again, I want to restate that just so folks hear it. This is a woman vetting the legitimacy of the Bible. That is enormously important in the history of Judaism and in the history of religion, I think, more generally, considering how completely excluded women are on every level of this historical thing. The ancient Israelites vetted the Torah almost as we know it, at least the book of Deuteronomy, by the woman Huldah. We know virtually nothing about her, but clearly she was considered to be in contact with Yahweh, and at least for political reasons, vetted some sections of the Bible as we know them. We also know that there were professional prophets, that is to say, prophets whose job it was to be a prophet, who got paid, got a 9-to-5 job, and you were a prophet. Okay, a prophet. I don't know if we did, but local prophets, one associated also with miracle working and what they are described as magic. These would be folks like Elijah and Elisha, who the only accounts of people being resurrected from the dead in the entire Hebrew Bible are both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represented God mostly in divine duels. As you may know, many Israelites and other Canaanite people worship a god called Baal, who was very popular as a storm god. But as you may know, storms are very rare in ancient Israel, and you relied on winter rains basically to make sure that you had agricultural crops. And so storms were a godsend, and Baal was very popular. Well, just like on the middle school playground of your childhood, people fought each other to show how cool they were, and so did the gods. And so what we know most famously about Elijah was Elijah challenged the prophets of Baal to a duel and subsequently murdered them all by cutting their heads off when they lost the duel. If that rings of Al-Qaeda or Daesh to you, yes, this is a brutal world. And whether the story happened or not, we don't know. But the fact that the Israelite writer that reported it relished in it at least meant that they wanted to have happened, whether it really happened or not. So we also have prophetic duels. My God beat up your God kind of situation where they would engage in these prophetic duels. Which you never read that story in the Book of Kings. It's really worth reading. Elijah, weird name. And again, he's on a fringe of society. He's not even really even an Israelite. He's constantly called a Tishbite, a Tishbite, right? And so in a Tishbite, he may have not even born an Israelite. He's a kind of fringe character that people have a very strange relationship with. You have a strange relationship with him because he didn't die allegedly, and now he's invited into our home randomly. So just remember, right, when you invite him into your home, he did cut off the head allegedly of like 500 people one time. So be careful who you invite into your home. This guy learned about 500 people. Elijah. We also know that prophets seem to have been both static and non-static, which is to say that some of them went into future states, we might call them, or static states to issue their prophecy, and others didn't. So we have a range of prophetic techniques. Unfortunately, what we don't have is any accounts in ancient Israel and literature about how they did this. We have dance, things like this. Nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably wondering if they do drugs. Probably not. At least if they did, it's not recorded. Right? We don't have any attestation of Elijah, ate some mushrooms, then went to town, or smoked some weed, or what, or even drank alcohol. Many of the prophets are actually sworn off of alcohol as part of their prophetic vocation. So we don't have much evidence of substance use in the prophetic literature. However, archaeology is the hell of a drug. And what we recently found at a site called Tel Arad, one of the few Yahweh shrines that survived in the ancient world, they found on the top of one of the altars where you burned incense, cannabinoids. And so we know that room, right, would have been relatively small if they were burning incense with cannabinoids in it. They're about space. We don't know, right? But we found it. We found evidence of cannabinoids at a Yahweh shrine, right? One of the only ones that survived. There are only two that survived. There's one at Tel Arad, and there's one at Tel Dan. The Jerusalem one has been destroyed, and so the Shiloh one has never been found. But maybe they were getting contact on it. I don't know. I would encourage you to do experimentation on your own time. So I do not know. But by the way, that find about the Tel Arad cannabinoid thing, just like a year ago. So people think that they found over everything over there. They found all kind of weird stuff. So actually, they thought they found it. They just didn't think to test it. That shrine was sitting in the Israel Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for something. And so some guys craved it like that. So that's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is from the Habakkuk picture. Picture is a commentary. This is the first commentary we know of in Judaism. And if you know anything about the history of Judaism, commentaries are our jam. We are a commentary-like people. We love to write books. We write things called hyper-commentaries, folks. The hyper-commentary is a commentary on a commentary on a commentary. That is, commentaries are our jam. And this is the first one. commentary on the prophet Habakkuk. This is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is the first time where a prophet, the prophet Habakkuk, is actually being read as a esoteric text. The commentator believes that inside of the prophecy of Habakkuk are secret things that are going to happen in the future. And so, if you've ever heard curious people say that they found secret things in the Bible that describe the future, this is the first guy or person to do this. It's in the Habakkuk Pesher found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can find this document in any collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But again, what's important to note here, right, is that even the idea that you can mine a prophetic piece of literature to divine the future, an idea that we all know is culturally very common. Again, you flip on the radio, I'm sure you can find some preacher right now telling you that the end of the world is coming because they found something in the Bible, the book of Daniel, whatever. The first time we see it actually happen in Israelite literature is in this commentary on Habakkuk. So you can read the book of Habakkuk short, and then you can read the Habakkuk Pesher in the Dead Sea Scrolls and take a look at that one. This is also on display in the Shrine of the Lord in Jerusalem. People always want to see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think that it's the biggest one, But just so you know, if you go to the Shrine of the Book, the Great Isaiah Scroll is a replica. It's not the real one. That one is the real one stored in a book or somewhere. But the Habakkuk Pesher is the real one, and no one ever spends any time on it because they just think it's nonsense or they don't care. And I got to spend like an hour looking at it. It's the transport of the Habakkuk Pesher. So there we have it. As I mentioned, we know basically nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets aside from the books that get written down. Clearly, the scribes that wrote these books down, all of them as incredibly important and copied them. We know nothing about their practices, their mystical practices, so we don't know anything about their meditation techniques, their breathing techniques, drugs that they have used, not used. We know very little about how they achieved these mystical states. So, reconstructing what they did is very difficult. We also know very little about the phenomenology. Phenomenology is a $2 word that means the experience of this. What it was like to be a prophet named Israel. What was it like to experience this static state? We know very little about it because ancient Israelites, like many ancient cultures, just didn't put as much emphasis on subjectivity that we do. We are a narcissistic people. We love ourselves. We love talking about ourselves. And you can find 1,000 books about people talking about it. We have memoirs, right? Ancient people did not care about subjectivity in the way that we do. And so when you think about this from reading the true Bible, how often do you learn about the emotional states of characters? Basically, no. It's like, and he got angry, or they were sad, and they move on. We know very little about the interiority of these characters because they didn't care about it as a literary motif, right? It's not like Russian romanticism or something. And we know very little about the phenomenology they experienced, aside from they were apparently very scared. That's it, right? So we know that ancient Israelite prophecy, ancient Israelite mysticism was a social anchor. It was a political anchor. It was an economic anchor. We know that with that many people, 400 prophets employed by a court, this is a part of the economy, right? This was not a marginal thing by any stretch of the imagination. But we know very little about it from a material culture point of view, unfortunately. What we do know is that the prophets went away. Israelite prophecies went away eventually. And the reason probably that it went away is that the countries that they served were destroyed. Ancient Israel was destroyed in 722 BCE. Ancient Judah was destroyed in 586. And if your country gets destroyed, well, you don't have a job anymore. If you're alive, right? If you're alive. And we know there were prophets operating in the exile. Ezekiel was one of them. Jeremiah fleeing to Egypt. So we do know that they escaped, but we know that the social institution of prophecy did not survive these destructions. So why? Well, it could be a lot of things. One of the reasons is they got killed, right? Wipe them out. That's the thing that happened in the ancient world. Another reason why it could be the case is, well, they didn't see it coming. Your whole job is to communicate from Yahweh what's about to happen to us and how we can make this not happen. And and they didn't, right? So again, if your astrologer doesn't see the thing coming, well, get a different astrologer. So part of the problem with divination is if you don't see the big things coming, like your whole country being destroyed, well, that shakes confidence in your ability to communicate with God. We also know that prophecies weren't terribly popular in some ways. I mean, no one likes social critics, right? So ask the social critics. People hate social critics, right? People hate people being like, listen, you're rich, and God hates you for it. God's going to condemn you, and God's going to kill you because of your wealth and your religious abandonment, right? No one likes wealthy people, however, don't like to be told that being wealthy and powerful is evil, right? And they're also the people that kill people. Forget that I'm saying that. And so prophets often got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So could this be failed also always at some level in many ways of marginalized? As the political situation in Judah gets increasingly bad, what ends up happening is that prophecy ultimately shifts away from condemning the Israelites to basically say, well, one day God's going to come and kill us. Right? You're not doing the right thing. God's going to take God's revenge on you. And this becomes a shift to what's sometimes referred to as the Yom Yahweh motif, or the Day of the Lord. When I say Lord, it always makes me feel like I'm a Southern Baptist preacher, but I gotta make that Lord really long. Lord. Anyway, and basically what it comes out to is the prophet's more or less saying, God's abandoned you, God's gonna kill you all, I'm out. Right? And so there's a kind of prophetic frustration that seems to set in, where the prophets are increasingly thinking about a more distant, removed future, where God will sort things out, because the present is just a nightmare. The Babylonians are destroying everything, things like that. And what ends up happening is that after the Judahites say it's destroyed in the 6th century BCE, the prophets basically are done for us. The Judahites prophets are finished. And the prophet's prophetic scripture has these habits in the Hebrew Bible over time. Now, that doesn't mean that people stop being weird. People continue being weird. It's just that they're weird is a new kind of weird. And that new kind of weird is apocalyptic. Right? That new kind of weird is apocalyptic. Now, I know that the word apocalyptic typically has to do with the end of the world. That's not what apocalypse is going to mean in this case. But, right, what we will do is we'll return next week to talk about the rise of Jewish apocalypticism. Notice what we haven't talked about much. Angels, demons, the end of the world, the battle between good and evil, right, the Messiah. We haven't talked about any of that yet. There's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about any of that stuff. Ancient Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the apocalypse that's doing it. And so when we get back next week, we'll talk about the rise of people who have visions of angels, demons, people who have visions of the afterlife. Israelites really believe in an afterlife. They believe in a place called Sheol, which is sort of a cave-like grave that you went and stayed in forever. There's no demons that experience like that. So what we're going to see is a massive innovation in Jewish religion in the aftermath of the end of prophecy, where rather than the prophets speaking to God, right, rather than Yahweh speaking to the prophets, what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a shift from an oral culture, God speaking to the prophets, and the prophets speaking for God. Rather than speaking, God is going to show things. Right? We're switching from a visual culture to we're switching from an oral culture to a visual culture. And in fact, the word apocalypse means to reveal. And if you've ever read much more of apocalyptic literature, is showing rather than telling. Right? Showing rather than, and I saw, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to see a huge shift starting next time with the rise of the apocalyptic. The apocalyptic is going to bring in the force of a new form of Judaism, and that new form of Judaism is going to be really, really, really weird. A lot of weird themes and things like that. I will say this just as we wrap up for tonight. Prophetic Judaism is not to go away. There continue to be prophets from time to time that did speak on behalf of Yahweh. You probably know of one of the more famous ones, named Jesus, John of Nazareth, I'd like to call him. Probably the case that Jesus of Nazareth, Jesus is just Greek version of John Joshua, Josh, he probably thought of himself as speaking on behalf of God. So these people did emerge, and they did manage to get themselves healed pretty consistently. And what we'll also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise of the Middle Ages, is a new form of prophetic Kabbalah, where Abraham Abulafia will actually develop the first techniques, mystical techniques for getting a vision of God. And we actually have those techniques, they're breathing techniques and meditation techniques. And we'll talk about some of those techniques as we get into the rise of Kabbalah. So prophecy is not completely gone away, but it has a kind of, I think it kind of half-life. That as an institution, it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there used to be prophets from time to time in medieval. They also continue to have a pretty bad life. Abraham Abulafia was excommunicated, condemned, and died obscurely. So I don't recommend. You already happy. Don't be a prophet. And if you want to make others happy, don't be a prophet. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, primitive philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
That was fucking phenomenal. Make this motherfucker a billionaire, Rebecca. Now, that was phenomenal. I had to kill Tony, little son. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from Focuscast Company here in Austin, Texas. Give it up for Tony Exton! Austin, it's Monday night. You gotta make more fucking noise than that. Let's do this. Oh, shit. Brian Redman's here. Hey, fucking gas comedy. Are you guys ready to do this shit tonight, huh? Guys, how about a hand for the band up here playing their fucking hearts out tonight? A little bit short-handed this evening. Band-wise, I'm excited to be here. It's a fucking beautiful vibe. Everything feels good, right, man? After we kill the red lights, guys. Red lights and a little bit brighter on stage. Thanks. Touch of that purple. This little purple haze going on there. Or a little dark up. Jimi Hendrix vibes. How you guys? Come on, guys. It's Monday night. You guys ready to fucking party or what? Oh, shit. Austin, Texas. Red Band's here, everybody. Hey, fucking noise. Oh, this is very exciting. Very, very exciting. How's everybody in the upper deck doing tonight? How's the balcony? You guys with us? How about the first floor? You guys here? Yeah, the fucking rich people always have more fun. These people paying extra money for good seats. Actually, the side actually hasn't came out. I love it. I love it. We're gonna have fun here tonight. No one has more fun than us. Hey, how about a hand for the band, everybody? The Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Band. Fuck yeah, how about that? It happens quick. You guys are amazing. The great Matt Mueling on guitar, ladies and gentlemen, playing at Monk's Jazz on the 6th, and the Long Center on the 12th with Harry Edu. Now a hand for the great Michael Gonzalez on drums, everybody. And the great John Dees on the keys, everyone. Follow him on Instagram, Dees on keys, DEAS on KEYC. Full ninjas are awesome. Look at you, sneaky little devil. Not because he's black. I didn't call him that because he's black. Sneaky or the devil. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. Amazing stuff. We have great new handmade leather joke books ready to be handed out to comedians. Filled up our bellies on the CM Smokehouse. We tried out some amazing drinks there. You guys know about Canteen and Cantina, a new local beverage source, but they have here in Austin, Texas, they mix vodka, soda, and tequila. So the Cantina, try it out. I love it. You guys excited to be here, everybody? It's a real comedy show, I promise. We have to make buttloads of money. I hope you understand at some point. Which reminds me, before we go any further, let's talk more about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here, right now. Hey, y'all. Now that the world's opening back up, so many new thrills are on the horizon. And whether you've been in a relationship for years, just getting started, or are excited to get back out there and meet new people, when the moment comes, you want to be ready. Roman ready. Go to GetRoman.com. That's what I said. If you actually use your senses to calm down and go into how you done it, you listen to it properly because you said the correct thing. I said yes, exactly what I said. So just I don't know where I got this information from. So I said there is somebody, and I said I wanted it to be, I wanted the person to be anonymous. I didn't want to mention the person's name. That's exactly what I said. You can ask everybody that I heard it last week. Probably remember, I'm not sure. So you say I said that you said no, you were not able to do this at that point. You were not able to do it at that point when this guy was there too. You know you're not okay. Don't even your second day. So I mean, explain it to you. I know Carol is here. And in your life, if you ever try that thing, don't ever. You insult it. You try to do it. Calm down. I'm not gonna mess with you. I'm not saying don't joke. I'm not saying don't joke. Calm down. You, Rabbi, what's up?
Living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I tell you about what I'm building? Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Yo, guys, what kind of chill and chill is this? If you're going to interrupt me, I'm not going to come here and chill. If you're going to let me tell you about my project, then I will. All right, I'll slow it down just for you, big dog. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here is why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you will ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find in my profile a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, thank you. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I invite you to join our community. We have over 3,000 people who have joined. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, including in Nigeria. Additionally, you should know I'm an advocate for desalination technology. And most importantly, I want to ensure that we build wells in developing nations. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate you making me aware that I needed to speak slower so that I could tell you about what I'm doing. And thank you again for the opportunity.
I'm speechless, man. That was a really nice speech. Drake, I think Drake has something to say. Yeah. I'm going to be very, 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 very soon. I'm going up very soon. So yeah, my phone is almost like 90%. So back to this speech you said I posted. See, if you don't know something, you shut up about it. I'm not trying to keep quiet, you shut up about it. So I said originally, I made that space because of Yaki and what's it? At that point, because of what they did that. So you saying I want to drag so now I want to drag yeah, all those nonsense you see. I was just thinking like you just no. Excuse me, sir. Now you need to shut up. I never said you need to shut up. I'm telling you what I heard. Record this and then God we started his space. You guys said the state. You guys
You're such a dick. Yo, I'm coming here. They're like, dog, we cannot fucking hear you. We understand that words are coming out of your mouth, but dog, you're speaking too quickly. And I'm like, life extension technology. That shit's hilarious. And then I'm a dick about it. I'm like, fuck you. You're like, you speak too racist. Really? Yeah. Why? I don't know, because I got shit to do, baby.
Super easy. A U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, it ships to you free. 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward, convenient, and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to getroman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. That's right. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today to connect with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional and take care of it. Go to getroman.com/Tony today, and if you're prescribed, get 50% off your first month of ED treatment. Make sure you're ready to have the confidence and control this summer. Oh, Roman ready. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Well. Ladies and gentlemen, every single week we have an unbelievable comedic guest here for you. This week, of course, is no different. This one's good. How many of you are real fans of this show? How many of you are here because you found out that this is like a scene and it's a place to be on Mondays in Austin? Alright, well you guys are in for a sad happening right now. Because this one's for the fucking fans. And also real fans of comedy. Tonight's guest, for his first time ever sitting at this table with us, is a man who has absolutely broken the mold here on Kill Tony. Is one of the most standout regulars in the show's history. Ladies and gentlemen, an absolute comedic genius with over 2 years of experience in the improv world at Second City in Chicago. Ended up being diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease and chased his bucket list goal of becoming a stand-up comedian, only to become immediately a regular on Kill Tony and famously one of the great comedians in the history of the show. Tonight's guest, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Michael Lehrer, everybody! Guys, you gotta get louder than that for Michael Lehrer, everybody. Maybe you don't know what the fuck is going on right now. Hell yeah. Come on in. Parallel park your ass right next to me. It's got a back it in. Got a lot of speakers and wires up here. This shit is, is that real? Hell yeah. That's what that button on that keyboard's been for the whole time. You've been waiting. You're like, one day there's going to be a guy in a wheelchair and I'm going to kill this shit. What is that instrument on the keyboard called? Is that literally called just in case you ever need it? I love it. Michael Lehrer, welcome, my friend. Yo. You're ready for 2 hours of gibberish? I think we all are. Michael, you know the show well. For those of you who might be your first time at the show, a bunch of comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket, which also has an Undertaker doll in it for some reason. Hundreds and hundreds of names as you see anything happen. I pull a name out, they get 60 seconds of uninterrupted time for them. It's okay. It's okay. Trust me. They'll sit up himself in just a second. They get uninterrupted 60 seconds of stand-up comedy time. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else they're going to bring out the Angry Bucks Hollywood Fair. Let's say, you ready to get 60 seconds of comedy?
Welcome.
Somebody, huh?
How are you?
Another cool thing about this show is that we also have a few regulars that do a brand new minute every single week. It's been that way since the start of the show. Michael's one of those people, but he's taken his night off from doing a minute. But tonight, to start the show, an instant legend here in Kill Tony history. The only regular that was appointed a regular here in Austin, Texas, just a couple months ago. You know him, you love him. It's the great and powerful Hans Kim, everyone. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The show has begun. Hey, what's up, guys? The Olympics are in Japan this year. You can tell because the gymnasts have cleared crotches. Because of the swimming pool. I don't understand why people molest children because they have the most time to come avenge you. When they're 25, you're 65. That's why I only molest the elderly. My sister's kind of a bitch. She's like, did you know that your toilet water is bigger than the drinking water in Africa? I was like, that's the pipe that we have. What do you want me to do about it? If I see an African walking down the street, I'll let him drink from my toilet. It's not a problem. I flush afterwards. I don't want to get AIDS. Thank you. Holy shit. Coming in just absolutely fucking murderous way to start the show. I mean, Jesus Christ, those are a couple of my favorite jokes I've heard in forever. Yeah, absolutely anybody. Yeah, that molesting joke is probably my favorite joke in 2021. Seriously. It's been a good year for molesting. Hans, you are absolutely on fire. We've seen you take the momentum of becoming a Kill Tony regular and ride it into the heavens, my friend. Famously, great sets every single time. Michael, what do you think about Hans' set? I'm mad that he's so good because I want more regular attention. Shit, that's very honest. Very honest. Extremely honest. Hans also famously has these great appearances after the show. He sits there, he listens to me. Have you had a fun week this week? Yes, I had a blast at one of the coolest parties I've ever been to. Yeah. Well, we don't have to talk about that, but let's talk about your appearance last week, where famously, you people haven't seen it yet. So maybe some of you were at last week's show. Oh, okay. And some of you may know, Hans famously made out with a girl. This was the second week in a row where a random female audience member came to the stage, you made out with her, and then afterwards, I heard about it. Immediately afterwards, during the elusive and highly rumored about Kill Tony after parties that sometimes happen, he had sex with her in the broom closet. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, but Tony, he didn't tell you that the guy also had sex with him in the broom closet. That's a joke. That's where Red Band goes in a wacky joke. But no one had sex with my dear boy, Hans Kim. I would never let another man leave with Hans. But no, you had sex with this girl. Let's talk about it. How was it? She was a little firecracker. She has a little butch haircut and the whole thing. She was very energetic and enthusiastic. How did you know, like, what stood out as energetic and enthusiastic to you? Well, we did the whole doggy style. We did both the doggy style. Hell yeah. Did you eat the dog afterwards? No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Sorry. Low-hanging fruit. I'm sorry. You thought I would have learned by now. And she did the thing where she backs into it and like does a little circle motion. Whoa! Hell yeah! Professional. Yeah, the old fucking ass tornado. I've seen that before. Michael. I would like to say not more than ever. I'm here with that. And the biggest surprise is really was more of a deal breaker than being Asian. Michael. Yeah, Michael has not got to have sex in the broom closet. However, once the janitor did think he was a mop and bucket. It's the closest to having sex in a broom closet. Well, there's no ramp into the broom closet. That's true. There's always steps to the broom closet. So Hans, tell me more. How did it finish? What was the what happened when you climaxed? Like, what was that like exactly? Was that during the doggy style or the ass spinning? Like, what does it take? What does it take to make a guy like Hans Kim come? So there was the ass spinning in the beginning, and then there was just straight back and forth linear. Linear. Okay. Geometrically fucking okay. How long did you last? It was like a good 60 seconds. So it was the sound of a cat. Okay. So how long did you last? I would say like 5 minutes. Okay. That's respectful. That's pretty good for a room closet. Yeah. Normally, like room closet sex, the guy comes immediately because you're thinking, wow, what a dirty girl this is. This is so wrong. And that's exactly how most men come. I think that's what most guys are into. Do you remember like what your sounds and face looked like when you came? Sorry, I did it again. That part might get edited out. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just kidding. I always just say that. Nothing gets edited out. Maybe we'll beat that part. We'll beat it and put a blur over my face because I went cross-eyed for no reason. That's insulting. Now what was it like? How did you count? What was it like? I was doing the linear motion, and then she disembarked. Oh wow! I didn't realize she was on a cruise ship this whole time. And then she started giving me a little blowjob with the condom on. Whoa! She kept the condom on? Yeah. That means she knows something that you don't want to know. Wait, why does she have a condom on? Okay, she wanted a condom. Take it off. Let's just all soak it in. Let's slow it down. And then after the blowjob was over, I still want to know the answer to his question. Did you put the condom on, or did she put the condom on you originally? She was insistent on the condom. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we were in the closet, and then we got trapped in it. We couldn't open the door. And I called my buddy, Rich, and he came and opened the door, and I was like, dude, do you have a condom? He's like, yeah, here you go. He's like, dude, you're the best. Holy shit, Rich came to the janitor's closet? Yeah. By the way, it's incredible. I have never in my life heard of condom sex in the janitor's closet. Right. That's like the opposite. Yeah, the fact that you had sex with such a dirty girl in such a what should be a clean place is incredible. And even clean sex in a dirty place. It's all like mind blowing if you think about it. You like broke the matrix of dirty hookups at a bar venue. And then she wouldn't let me finger her in the parking lot yesterday. Redman is insistent on knowing. I just want what your face is like when you come. Show the audience. Look right at that camera right across there. Show us your cum face. Oh. Wow. Worth it. Well, I mean, incredible to know all this information, but you know, there's still a part of me that wants to keep this momentum going. I think we can do better. The first week he made out with the girl, the second week he made out with her on the stage, and then after the show had sex in a room closet. Let's see what happens this week. Is there a Kill Tony fan out there? Is there a lady out there that wants to come up and start a new segment called Monday Night with Hans? Maybe start a family this time? Every week there's always a beautiful girl that comes down, sometimes from the balcony, sometimes from down here. How many of you think we should get a girl up here to make out with Hans tonight? This guy doesn't seem to think so, huh? This fucking tough guy. Drove all the way from Round Rock to be here tonight. Has no idea where he is right now. So what's up with all these faggots talking about sex? Well, actually, I brought a date to tonight's show, so... What? What the fuck are you doing, man? That was Hans' existence as a regular, everybody. You brought a date? Yeah. Well, why doesn't she come down and make out with you then? Well, that's a good point. Get down here. Where is she? It's taking too long. Hans, don't bring a fucking date to Kill Tony. Oh, look, it's my date. Oh, shit. Look at this easy hoe. Hey, it's Paige. Wait. Oh. Look at this easy hoe. Hey, it's Paige. Wait. Oh. Hold on. Stop. Let me tell you something. I gotta tell you something. This whole bring a date to Kill Tony thing's some bullshit. This chick probably knows that if she goes on a date with you on a Monday, that she gets that's the laziest kiss I've seen out of all the kisses the past few weeks. That's what you guys sponsor, and we don't get paid for it. Yeah, that kiss was fucking. I mean, take your shirt off and kiss me. Wait, everybody, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop. Red man, can you chill a little bit? How much Red Bull did you have before tonight's fucking show? Hold on. What the fuck is a date on? How did you start this date? What happened? Where did you guys fucking meet? We met on Instagram. Oh, God. She was great. You are such a fucking pushover. Met on Instagram. Who met who? How did this happen? Do you want to tell them? No, I don't want her to talk right now. I'm pretty sure this is all her plans unfolding. That's exactly what she wants you to say. She's gonna make some fucking shitty joke when you put that mic in front of her face. She invited me to a Jason Mraz concert. Just randomly on Instagram out of nowhere? Yeah. It was like, she's a fan of the show. She saw it once and was, does she know the show? Do you know the show? Yeah, that's a yes. Okay. Is there another girl in the audience that'll come down here while Hans is on a fucking date and show this girl what a real kiss looks like on a Monday night? I'm gonna wait until it happens. I'm going to fucking wait. I know a miracle will happen here. Did not think it was going to go that way. No, Tony. Yes, Michael. This one, I think she wants to come up. Yeah, come on up here. So this is the greatest show in the world. And you're at it right now.
Damn, bitch.
Wow, that is absolute date came to an abrupt end just now. And to the fruit sponsor we go! Hey, thank you, sweetheart. You're a legend. What's your name? How about Amber Alyssa, everybody?
What up, dude?
This is taking way too long, but I gotta ask you, how do you feel? I feel amazing. Tony, should we get the date back up to see what she feels about this? No, I don't think so. Maybe she can go off to a Jason Mraz concert or something like that. Bring a date on your Monday night shit. Michael, what do you think about that? I'm in the handicap match for birthday, so I would concentrate on what? Oh, okay. Michael Buck on stage. It's going to be the first podcast that has subtitles on it, ladies and gentlemen. So those of you listening, just use the Braille app on your iPhone. I love it. Hans, you're a fucking legend. What a great way to get the show started. Thank you so much. Hans Kim, ladies and gentlemen. And it has begun. Wow, that was awesome. The show's completely improvised, if you haven't noticed. I didn't know Hans was on the date. By the way, Hans owes Hank a lot of fucking respect. If it wasn't for Hank, what? Well, I mean, I'm not exactly sure about that. I think Hans could have easily become a regular even without all that crappy shit happening. He's amazing. How about one more time for Hans? Yeah. All right, we're going to the bucket. This is where shit gets crazy real quick. If you're about to watch someone's dreams either happen or get crushed for a mixture of two, your first comedian out of the bucket. 60 seconds uninterrupted goes by the name of Jimmy Nelson, everyone. Here we go. And it has begun. Here comes Jimmy. Hell yeah. Here we go. One more time for Jimmy Nelson, everybody. All right. So I'm hanging out with 18-year-olds recently. It wasn't creepy, don't worry. Did you ever be 18 and feel like an adult, like you were sparse guy agri-morons. Like, it's a room full of children. Here's a weird fact. You can legally sleep with someone born in 2003. Doesn't that not sound like the right year? Like, if somebody tells you 2003, like, is this a trap? Is this where Chris Hansen walks out? Take a seat. Like, oh, no, not again. Fool me once, you know? But I don't know. I kind of want to be the creepy guy that hits on 18 to 20-year-olds. Specifically 18 to 20-year-olds. So when people ask me why, I can tell them. The best pussy's post 9/11 pussies. There was something in the air that day. Thank you, guys. Jimmy Nelson. Fuck yeah, man. Good set. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much. How are you? I'm good. Yourself? Good. How long have you been on stand-up? 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years. Where are you from? Here in Austin? Not from Austin. Okay. How long have you been in Austin? Today. Whoa. You just drove down for that? I drove down to this. I love it. Awesome. Yeah, you got pulled right away. This is your first time on the show, right? First time. We know nothing about you. Tell us something interesting about you. I can do 9/11 jokes because I'm a firefighter. We're allowed. Oh, okay. It's like how black people get to say the N-word. It's incredible. Yeah. Little known fact. I love it. Wow. You guys have a lot of 9/11 jokes? No, just that one. Got another one. This is a knock-knock joke. I heard this from a homeless man one time. Not taking credit for this one. It's a knock-knock. Who's there? 9/11. 9/11 who? I thought you said you never forget. Oh, yeah. Wow. That didn't deserve that or anything at all. I wanted to hear the silence. Tell the homeless guy to go fuck himself. I bet. Yeah, that 9/11 joke came crashing down really hard. Incredible. So, genius, that's what you do for work? Firefighter? Yes, sir. Hell yeah. How long have you been on that for? 3 years. 3 years. And is it true you do it only for the pussy? Yes. Have you ever stayed the pension's nice too, but... What's that? The pension's nice too. Okay. What's some crazy stuff that you've done? Like, have you ever saved anybody or anything? Yeah, I had a bunch of fires. Saw a dog eat a guy one time. Wow, you ate him all the way? He got started, then the dog also died. So we kind of walked into the room, and it was, yeah. How did the dog die? I don't know. We can get the Law and Order team out there. Wait, so the man died. Was the man already dead? Yeah, so we get called to the welfare check. The neighbors worried about this. It's like old guy's supporter. So we walk up like, when was the last time you saw him? They go, about 3 weeks ago. Oh, shit. It's a while. I don't know. They send firefighters on welfare checks now? Yeah, we do all, like, most are not medical. I think an ambulance will go to. Wow, I was not. Like, I woke up and you were the one taking care of me. This is it. Better tie up my loose ends right now. Give me chest compressions. I'm dead. This fucking guy. What a bro. I love it. What do you do for fun? You're a firefighter. You can just hang around the firehouse and take naps all day and shit, right? Okay. I don't think I'm allowed to say that word anymore, but what else? What else goes on in the firefight? Is that here in Austin? You know, it's up in the what? Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting shit. What do okie dokie, right? Very good. He just says things sometimes. You don't really have to answer that one. Anything else you do for fun? You have any special skills or talents? You seem like you have. I do jiu-jitsu a lot. So, yeah. Okay. Michael, what do you think about this? It's Rogan podcast. I'm really into yes, I can see how there would be some marshmallow looking residue there. I just wonder if a girl has big tits, like if it gets too hot, like they burn and like they help her and they get up with the water and stuff like that. I'm sure there's like a cartoon air coming out situation. I'm I'm sure you'll know what burnt bits look like eventually. A microwave dinner on your chest one of these nights. Jimmy, anything else crazy about your life that we find interesting about you at all? You just firefight and fucking do nothing? Yeah, it's firefight, do this. How about your love life? Is it true what they say about firefighters or whatever? For a lot of them, yes. Not for you? Not for me. I've been same relationship like for sure. Oh, jeez Louise. Lived together, got 2 dogs. Do you like her? What did she do? She did sales. Oh, boy. Nice fake job. What's your favorite thing about her? Her beautiful personality. What's your least favorite thing about her? Her stupid personality. I had a feeling. Jimmy's old school. Jimmy's like a throwback. Jimmy's like a guy on Leno in the late 80s or something like that. Theo Bonds. Yeah, like I knew you were going to say that at some point. I'm like, Red Band's definitely just because of the haircut. He's going to call you Theo. But he's like that was a great. Oh, Theo Bonds. That's a great joke. Oh, good job. The greatest don't know it's the grocery store we're from. I know, he does jokes that people don't know. It's a specific style that Red Band likes to do. Then he goes, I told you, Google it. Jimmy, wow. You are just a glass of water out here. I mean, you're just one of the most boring people. Normally, I can find something interesting in anybody, but you are like my fucking arch nemesis right now. I just get nothing out of you. All right, Jimmy. Okay, you have a question? Yeah, what is your girlfriend's self-referred to? Wow, that was just mean for no reason. What does she sell, though? What does she sell for a living? Avon? No, she works like a bank. What? She works for a bank. It's very boring answer. Everything about Jimmy, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little bit afraid of you, dude. You seem like one of those guys, like he was a firefighter. It's a mundane relationship. Like one of these, like, stories of the neighbor city murder or something. Yeah, you're boring. Dude, you have no idea. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Nelson. There he goes. You met Jimmy Nelson. Good comedian, Jimmy. You had a great set, by the way. Don't let your boring ass interview throw you off. You came here on a mission, and you did a great job. Think of shit about your life that might be interesting to talk about, though, on your drive back to Dallas tonight. Be like, wow, this is the stuff I could have said. Yes, I'll have a Crown Royal and Coca-Cola when we get it. I'm going to hear from the staff here at Mayo Gas Company. Your next comedian goes by the name of Jason Brennan. Let's see what happens here. Jason Brennan. You guys having fun out there? You guys okay? How are you two sitting by yourselves? This place makes no fucking sense. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Jason Brennan. Hey, take that energy. It's good to be back in Texas. It's good to be back doing stand-up. I had to take 10 months off because of the pandemic. My last gig beforehand was at Parkinson's convention, which sounds sad. It had all the big movers and shakers. So I like to think, I used to be a stand-up comedian that did stuff with music. So I like to do something for the crowd. Who around the world? Who around the world? Who around the world? Then why don't you feel yourselves equal? I'm trying to date again. I've been single for a little while. I've been back on the dating apps, met a girl, talking about what she says that I'm her little tater talk because I'm 5'7" and Irish. I found that she was a female member of QAnon, so I call her my little misinformation. I would say don't try to pick up girls on Tinder, pick them up on Fox News. Use that app. It's a far more effective way of finding political talks. Cheers. There you go. Cheers. Jason Brennan. Hi, Jason. Welcome to the show. Hey. You know where you're at right now? Austin, Texas. Hell yeah. How long you been here? On and off for 5 years. On and off for 5 years. You keep going back to Ireland and back. You get morbid. You kind of find your way back in. When's the last time that you were in Ireland? 2 years ago. Okay. So you sort of got lucky with this whole coronavirus thing, huh? Pretty much. I've
there a special? Do you travel by plane, or do you just like take the rainbow or whatever the fuck you guys do? Like you just ride it?
Yeah, no, pretty much like, pay
Regular airplane, Ryanair. I know Ryanair, absolutely. We went on a fucking, you and I went into those. Yeah, we all did. We were on a European tour out there. You from Dublin?
I'm not, but I have a friend who's on the show in Dublin.
Okay, I bet. Yeah, absolutely. What part of Ireland are you from?
I'm about an hour south of Dublin called Carlow.
What's that place known for?
That's people, so it's very, very little. There's like one or two rugby players. Search your own.
Yeah, there's God, I barely understand a word you're saying. Michael, can you translate for this man? I have no idea. I'd rather try to figure out Michael. This is what the Irish sound like to American ears. Here in Austin, Texas. It's really hard to fathom. I love it. Yeah, what do you do for working when you're normally in Ireland? Like, what do you do for a living up there?
It sounds like every American can do another accent.
You really need to project your voice, man. That's one tip I would give you. Yeah, very small. The microphones are a lot louder in the magical land where you come from, but
I will.
what do you do for work there?
I'm a cameraman, videographer,
Okay.
director.
How about y'all? That's right. You try to sound like a goddamn American when you're on my show. You hear me, boy? All right, Jason. What do you miss about Ireland?
I don't think this is very difficult. Getting on the weather on days pretty similar, but no, I miss everything, but I like it away from it because everything else is better away.
What do you love about Austin, Texas?
It's not a funny interview. I'm just answering questions. There's more crowd there.
It's good. Let's keep answering the questions. Good. The last guy basically didn't answer any of the questions. I'm just glad to be getting answers at this point. I love it. So, do you know how to dance like an Irishman? No. Help me. You want to see him dance like an Irishman, everybody? Hey, hell yeah. We knew you had it in you. Look at you, just a regular old Irish. I think you're sort of, compared to many Irish guys, you're sort of like exotic, right? Yeah, you're like a midget Jason Momoa or something like that. Jason Momoa, perhaps we could call him. He's got those Rogan nipples. They're hard as fuck right now. Is that what that is? Those seem like medium. You got chips in there. Usually people do. Yeah. Anyway, so how long you been on stand-up?
Like I'd say 3 years.
Right, 3 years. So you started in Ireland. Yeah. What's the difference between Irish comedy and American?
I did from gig in Ireland and then moved to America.
Okay.
Yeah. So the big difference is like when you start out there, you just start doing 8 minutes and you pay like
What's the big difference between Irish girls and American girls?
American girls are sexy.
Oh, really? Irish girls don't? Wow. Are you an Irish virgin?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So you,
One girl was half English, half Irish. She's the first girlfriend I've seen.
why do you think Irish girls don't like you?
I don't know. Why does anyone think Irish girls?
Why does anyone? We haven't had time to think about it. You got a whole life to think about.
I'm trying.
Try one of your wacky riddles on us, buddy. Why wouldn't anyone want to have sex with a guy like me? If your eyes like my neck, make you get that. Alright, that's enough of that stupid shit. What's the most interesting thing about you or your life?
I run an Irish comedy history podcast with another comedian, Rothschild.
That's the least interesting thing about your life. I run an Irish podcast. They get like drunk out of nowhere, you know?
Like this. So I did like 3 years into comedy, but I took 6 months off to go back after it.
How many is 3 years? How many is it? Like, do we have to count the rings of the tree, or like, is it? If you read the tree, you will know exactly how long I've been doing it. I'm trying. This is like 5 years into America. You should have heard me like 5 years ago. I bet, man. I should not have heard you 5 years ago. Not in trouble. Well, Jason, I love it. We got an Irishman on the show. We had a mentally ill firefighter up here earlier. I love it. You get a joke book, my friend? Oh yeah, there he goes, Jason Brennan, everybody. Jason B. Comedy, walking out with a little joke book. Hey. What do you think? What do you think, Mike? That guy. Dallas Truin, CL. He wrote with cursive Dallas @_H. Dallas Truin. You have shitty handwriting, Dallas. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Dallas, everybody. Here he is. Oh, we know Dallas. He's back. How you doing, everybody? How's Bolton doing tonight? Hell yeah, baby. First things first, we saw the last time I was on stage, you know I'm not lesbian. You also know I'm named after the Dallas Cowboys, which does make me a faggot. Yes, it does. I actually got called a faggot by a Packers fan whose name was the Fudge Packers fantasy football team. Yeah, and he was a 22, and he had a husband who was a Saints fan, and they used the NFL as like an aphrodisiac. They were fucking each other the whole time. Damn near fucking each other, and analytically dissecting the fucking game better than Joe Buck. Fuck Joe Buck. Man. I know, right? I called my 3-year-old nephew eating wasabi peas, sauerkraut, and horseradish. I think we may have found the next Ted Bundy. I really think we may have found it. My brother did not like it at all. I love him to death, but at the same time, I'm like, that's serial killer mode. Because 3 hours later, I was babysitting him and all that, and he was going, Uncle Didi, it hurts. And I'm like, yeah, welcome to marriage. That's I wrote that today because I was faced fresh face, absolutely. Yes, sir. Welcome, Dallas. What's your last name? Urban, IRB. My bad. I write like a doctor even though I'm a retard. Right. Okay. All right. Hi, Dallas. How are you, buddy? Hell yeah. Look at you. You still look like that, huh? Oh, yeah. We met Dallas a few months ago. We did a show at a place called, what was that place called? And something like that. Yeah, it was an interesting venue. I believe they sit empty every Monday night. Anyway, I drove by today and they definitely went on board. Oh, I know. Tell me what it is with him though. Like, it seems like he changes, like, hair and everything. He's doing this like lesbian look because he wants to. I want to look that way. Okay, you know what? Wacky lesbian jokes. Don't talk over me, guys. Yes, sir. When there's a man talking, you'll listen, all right? Okay. I know when you're around the ladies, you're the leader. I know you're the. We can all tell you're the Goldike of the group. Yep. I can't believe your name's Daphne. You should. The way you look like a lesbian, your name should be East Austin. I can't believe they named you Dallas. I know, weird. Not that many butch lesbians in Dallas. Have you thought about like maybe just growing your hair out long? Maybe that, but you love them. You have to do this for your lesbian jokes. Am I correct? Tell the truth. Not really. It's just face. That's what's really. Yeah, the haircut. When you go to get your haircut, what exactly do you tell your barber? And does she look exactly like you? She ain't just pretty. But shit, dude, I just do like this is what my dad has done the whole time, military cut with short hair. Just because he was like a Vietnam veteran. You know, what did your dad say when he sees your haircut? Oh no, I do not know. I really don't even think he cares. He's not even cognitive at this point. He's 76 years old. Wow, you don't talk to your dad? No, I talk to him. He just doesn't listen. Jeez, you even sound like a lesbian. That's incredible. Tell us something interesting about you that we don't know, Dallas. What we don't know, I mean, last time I told him I'm a good cook. One of these days, I'm going to bring over some food for you. I promise you, you're going to love it, bro. Great. What? Great for comedy, by the way. Thank you so much. That's what everyone wants to hear about is the food you're going to make me, Dallas. These people are brain damaged tonight. This is an exciting one. Like, nobody gives a fuck that they got called up here. What's anything interesting about your life, Dallas, that we don't know? About the history of your life?
You know what my life? Well, I'm a doctor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Getting more lesbian as we go. It's incredible. What age were you adopted at?
Day I was born, my biological mom was a pillhead and cannot tell me who my biological dad is, so I'm like quasi-bastard.
Maybe that's why you write like a doctor. You were supposed to write her a fake prescription.
Oh. No, first time we shared when I was 20, 11 years ago and stuff, like, she's just like,
out of all the times this amazing sound effect of sadness happened, that's my favorite because he thought John was playing it. I really thought John was playing it. I was like, dude, he did a real turnaround. Like, come on, man.
but no, this was the exact conversation I had with Rhonda, my biological mom. I was just like,
Rhonda, yeah. Very like, wait, how many biological mothers did you have, dude?
no, Rhonda, just for one. And
Rhonda's a lesbian. Everything about you is lesbian. Rhonda. Okay. Go ahead. What did Rhonda tell you?
This is the exact word she said to me. I was like, hey, who's my dad? She goes, fucking Rhonda. Isn't that weird finding out your mom just slept like that?
Wait, like, help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda.
No. She was the one asking me for help. She's like, you got $40 I can buy? I was like, what do you need for tires? I was like, no. I already knew, like, I already got pre-registered with my brothers and stuff. They're like, dude, she's gonna ask you for money for bills anyway.
Wow. Jesus Christ, Dallas. I love it. This is like more of like a heartfelt comedy show tonight.
I know, right?
Dallas, what's the most exciting thing about your life right now?
What's the most exciting thing? Dude, probably getting the chance to be around such awesome comics here in Austin, Texas. Get the chance.
Oh my God! What is happening here tonight? My back is throbbing from having to carry this show. What is wrong with you people? Just the amazing people. What are you accepting an Academy Award right now?
God, really, this is one of the best scenes I've ever been with.
Oh God! Oh my God!
You're so amazing, Tony.
How many of you want me to murder this man right now on this stage? I love it. Michael, what are your thoughts on this guy?
Well, do you have any big plans before you make your mass shooting?
Like, it's tricky over here. It's fun. Who's doing the sound effects? Do you have any plans before your mass shooting?
Oh, probably go see Black Widow.
I love it. What's the craziest? What is the craziest crime you've ever committed? What's the worst thing you've ever done in your life?
I shot in a cop car when I was 18.
How'd you do that?
I arrested someone, they left it open somehow because Louisiana cops, right? And Louisiana, straight northwest, Shreveport, Louisiana.
Okay. All right. Jesus Christ, one of the flies from Louisiana followed you out here. Just hit me in the face.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. Sorry about that.
Wild. So you got in the cop car and you just...
No, we didn't get in the cop car. I just, like, they had the door open. They were dealing with something like a half a block up. Stupidly left it open. I was drunk and they just shat at it.
Jesus Christ. All right. Dallas Irvin, thanks so much for coming back on.
Thank you so much for having me.
Dallas Irvin, everybody. Jiminy Crickets. Here you go, Dallas. Here you go, buddy. Take one of those with you. A little joke book from Adrian Cavazos. You guys have to follow him on Instagram at Boneside with his name. You know, let's do something fun. Let's pick up the pace here a little bit. You guys wanna do something special? One of our regulars is here, ladies and gentlemen. You know this guy is a joke writing phenom, as one of the great roasters of America. Ladies and gentlemen, this is David Lucas.
Yeah, what's up? I can tell I'm getting successful because I find white women attractive. But like, if I get a white girl, like I want to date a real white girl. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to date no white bitch that work at TSA. It's like she got an ankle tattoo and her name is Angel. You know what I mean? Like I want to date like Taylor Swift white girl. Like I want my white girl to be so white that she hide our relationship until she 8 months pregnant. But I still don't know how to approach white women. Like I'm still scared of y'all. Like, what do I do? Eat like the tray of quinoa out of my dick? And it's so hard, you know, like discipline a white woman the way you want to, because like as soon as you put your hands around her neck, she turn red. It's like I can't even poke you in the forehead, you turn purple. Bitch, I'm going to jail. All right, thank you.
David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen, one of our 4 regulars on the show.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Welcome back. I'm so glad you're back in town. How are you?
I'm good, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
I'm out here, bro.
You've been doing it. You've been headlining around the country, leveled up,
Damn right.
doing it. Hundreds and hundreds of tickets sold.
Yes, sir. You already know, man.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Absolutely. This is the Kill Tony machine. It's hard at work. Need you getting out, people being hungry to see shows right now, and you hungry to perform and just hungry. What's so funny? You tell me.
When I was in Tacoma this past weekend, when I was on stage, after I did a minute, somebody in the audience went,
Oh, that's awesome. That's a motherfucker.
I was
Great jokes tonight. I love your jokes about the white women keeping it secret until they're 8 months pregnant. And then they would tell their parents, and they meet you, and they go, oh, he's 8 months pregnant as well. So that's perfect. It's a match made in heaven.
Your girlfriend introduced you to her dad as the gay best friend.
How dare you?
Tony, you dress like a gay polo bear today.
Right. I don't know what you're talking about. You guys might recognize David Lucas' room closet. Mom said sex in last week.
Your ass dressed like a gay speedboat. Goddamn, stupid ass shirt on, nigga.
What? That is crazy. Do you have gangly earrings on right now? Have you always said that?
Nah, this is you.
Oh, shit. Look at that. Normally, the only things you have hanging off you are your tits. I love it.
Tony, you're the only man that celebrates breast cancer awareness.
You celebrate chicken breast awareness. Is that a thing? You would know if that's a thing. Chicken breast awareness. I'm asking you now. I want a real answer to my question.
Judging by your shirt, you help gay guys pick out their color in their bedroom.
I actually do. It's a good way to make extra money. Yeah.
You like a paint sample.
Son of a bitch.
Bruh, me and you need to go on Rogan together.
That'd be fun. We've already done all of our jokes against each other, though.
No, every week we find something new.
I told someone you took last week off. I was telling some of my buddies, like, David's going to be back tomorrow. It's always so much fun when we get 1 week off from one. We always go extra hard. Some of these times we hang out out again and again. It's not easy. You can't just. I need sexual tension. You know, like that's what it is. Everyone knows David and I want to fuck really, really hard, or maybe that's definitely not your game. Pent up thoughts over here. I mean, I would love to watch behind it like a curtain or something. Yeah.
Red got portraits.
Did you write that for yourself? Red Band always punches it up.
Mike, look at Mike. He dressed like the CEO of White Claw.
What band that changed are those? And back to sitting in the flat-top bike.
I gotta press fast forward with your voice.
Yeah, those things in the earrings, instead of pins, you look like a fucking pond.
Mike, you got on anti-gravity slippers. Your feet ain't touching ground all night.
Motherfucker, you are the expert in gravity.
Oh shit! I knew it was coming. Michael's a counter puncher. Michael is a counter puncher. He gets you after you can swing, big swing in a fist.
But that don't excuse that haircut. You look like Forrest Gump after a horse accident.
You know, it's right. It's right. And I went and paid for a haircut in Austin, and it was $60. So from now on, I do have my own hair.
You can tell. This boy got the fade of a raccoon.
Michael cuts his own hair. David cuts his own part. So you see,
And you cut your own ass when you get the press.
oh my God, come on. That doesn't even make any sense.
You know, people cut their wrist when they get the press, you cut your ass cheek.
Oh my God. I don't know how you found out about that, but that was my little secret.
Tony Booty looks like the Monster Energy line.
Oh my God. David's booty looks like a monster under your bed. Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Look like a pink sample. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. How about that for a joke? Fuck you. After all I've done for you, paint sample? You're out headlining now? Paint sample? Jesus Christ. I mean, if anything about samples, it's you, right? I mean, you and fucking... This guy goes to Costco, doesn't spend a penny. So far, your membership is to get in there. I guess I don't know you don't have Costco. Yeah, we do. Oh, okay. HEB, who loves HEB, everybody? Hell yeah. David, this must be excited to be on the stage, especially with Michael Maris, who'll both be dead in less than a year. Except when Michael gets buried, he's gonna get buried with his feet still attached to him. So that's very exciting. Very exciting. Ooh, that's a low one. That means they really think you're gonna get diabetes. That sound, that thinking that much on enough laughter, means they really believe that you need to start eating that. We really need to. This is no jokes anymore. This is an intervention. We actually brought a vegetable platter for you to get.
Yeah, you were on the road with Brendan Shaw. Did he like get on you about that shit?
Yeah. Brendan calls himself a thick boy, but I don't think he knew what was going to get to with you. He's like, I just hate to see something this guy's airplane. Guy or two. David, you are an absolute monster. I have a lot love it when you're in town here in Austin. He hustles back as often as he can. He's here usually 3-4 Sundays out of the month. It's absolutely incredible. We love it here in Austin, right? Ladies and gentlemen, after David Lucas, everybody, we're going to keep it moving along here. Woo! We're having fun. We're having a little reset. A real comedian that knows how to like respond in the joke. Respond at all, man. Zero inwards. Oh, that was incredible. David, yeah, we didn't get to talk about. Oh, that's what you went through. David, come back up here real quick. So it's been a new thing on the show, on the. You know what song he's playing? Oh yeah, you know this show. Yeah. Without saying the N-word at all, sing this song. You guys want to hear David sing a fucking song right now? Yeah.
Where's the low place?
What?
Low place.
Low place. You have low blood sugar, so that's perfect. One thing I wanted to talk with you about before you go, the N-word? Yeah, the N-word. YouTube has been demonetizing episodes. They're one of the only people on the show, believe it or not, that say the N-word. We've been having to, first we were editing the N-words out, and then last week we tried tweeting them 16 times in 8 minutes.
I'm almost at the N-word right now.
I know.
That's not that bad.
By the way, so did I. 16 times in 8 minutes?
It's like per 30 seconds.
Yeah. Do you notice you do that like every day, like when you're like in Jamba Juice?
Yes, I say the N-word to everyone.
Jamba Juice. I mean the peanut butter one.
But I say the N-word to everybody. Everybody. Nobody excluded.
You know what? The audience responded to this in a weird way. So, yeah, they're like, what's wrong with saying the N-word every 30 seconds? I don't get it. What does demonetize mean? I drove all the way from Round Rock to be here, and they're using big words. Demonetize. David, I love you so much. Come on one more time for David Lucas, everybody. Back to the bucket we go. Back to the fucking bucket we go. Anything can happen. No one has more fun on Mondays than we do. Your next comedian is Sonny Carlin. Can we get a little more volume on my mic? I don't know what's going on here. I think it's me. I just can't hear. Maybe it's monitor. There we go. Yeah, thank you. Beautiful. Sonny Carlin, everyone. Here we go. Here comes Sonny. You gotta put your hands together for your next comedian. Sonny Carlin.
What's going on, everybody? You guys doing all right?
Oh, yeah. Well, my name is Sonny.
I've always been that cool white dude who can throw football really fun. You have no idea if I'm here. You won't know till my thumb's in your asshole, but by then it's too late. We're not game, bro. Might as well let it happen. I am joking. I can't throw a football. Which is a point of contention with my father for a long time because he was one of the sports stars and someone to go with the NFL. Mostly because he didn't want to pay for college. I found that out recently. But he said whenever I wasn't going to go to college, he was like, son, one thing in life, you need to make sure you have a trade. You know? I was like, all right. So I used to trade his things for drugs. I know, I was surprised he got frustrated at too. I thought we were actually. I recently broke up with my girlfriend. It's very sad. Very sad. I found out something about her that she hasn't really, she wasn't being honest with me about her past. I found out she used to be 14. Can't be too safe with these allegations nowadays.
There you go. Absolutely. Sonny Carlin. Jesus Christ. We're right back to it. Okay, you can go lower. Sorry to do that. Go lower, I think. Yeah, the monitor. Hi, Sonny. How are you? Good Lord. How old are you? You see anything. Look at you, right? You look beat to shit. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I am 29, but I like to be, act like I'm
You're 29? What? Shit.
Yeah.
Did they, send you to Vietnam or something? What happened to you?
Well, I woke up this morning when I was going up and I thought active PI was ketamine addiction.
No. I I think Big Lebowski was brain damage. You're like the fucking medium Lebowski. Okay, so tell us, Sonny, you live here in Austin? For how long? On and off for about 5 years. Where are you from for that? Southeast Texas, from Anahuac, Texas. You ever heard of it? Didn't think so. I just didn't really understand what you said. And why? Anahuac. Anahuac? Yeah, it's one of those places we stole from the Mexicans. Yeah, you mean Texas? Okay. Yeah. Sonny's learnings in American history are a little bit different than other people's. I love it. You think that's where the line was, my friend? Yeah, that's what we're known for here in Anahuac. I love it. What's it known for? What is it that goes on where you're from? I'm not finding out that segregation's over. You think that some of your parents or your parents' parents, you think there's some inbreeding going on in your family? I see your eyes. Your eyes are a little bit like wobbly, like they're like swinging. Sometimes you're looking left and right at the same time. You know this, right, Sonny? My nickname in the Navy was completely we what? Yeah, that's perfect. I literally stand at attention and my eyes go 2 different directions. Yeah, that's 3 fingers behind me. Yeah. Fingers in my whole mouth. I'm like, 3. I'm like, oh, that's an amazing trick. How can you do normal tasks? Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. You don't need to tell long versions of your own stories like that. That's part of the show. I'll get you through this thing. How do you make money, Sonny? I'm currently unemployed. I sell drugs. Okay, what kind of drugs do you sell? Mostly just the weed or CBD. Wait, it's a CBD? No, what do you hang out at grocery stores and sell this shit? What the fuck? No. He's making a horrible joke about how he sells weed. He immediately became the last guy you wanted for a drug dealer. I sell weed and I sell CBD. Fucking pushover. What do you do, Sonny? You do anything for fun? What are you good at? What do you do? You seem like a guy you're good at some side hobbies. With eyes like yours, I'd imagine you're good at like weird shit, right? Oh yeah, I'm left-handed and I'm also a musician, which that seems pretty. What do you do musically? I play guitar, piano, sing, stuff like that. Really? Yeah. What do you sing? Oh, songs. Oh, really? Really, Sonny? Is that what you sing? Is that what you sing with your fucking heart and your fucking face? Song. Can you believe this fucking guy? That's what we think about that, Sonny. What types of music do you sing, Sonny, since I can spell it out for you? Well, the one with lyrics. Sonny, if you answer one more of these questions, stop playing sound effects. Stop. Your sound effects help people when they're vomiting, so don't do that right now. Sonny, answer my fucking question, you piece of shit. What type of songs do you sing? We're not doing words. Fucking hate these people out of the bucket tonight. God. Sometimes this happens, these demented nights. I love the episode. I hate you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying I'm still doing a good job. The band, Michael, Redman, everybody's doing good. These people are in a good episode. But that doesn't mean that you're good at all. In any way, in anything. So I'm gonna say, let me spell it out a different fucking way for you, Sonny. If someone was to describe the type, the brand of music, like the style of song that you fucking sing, what would they say? How would they describe it? Go, Sonny. There goes Sonny Carlin, everybody. Put the mic in the fucking mic stand. Fucking retarded idiots. All the way from Iowa or whatever. Jesus fucking Christ tonight. This is a real show. You see the show you're at. Sometimes it's fireworks, sometimes shit gets serious. It's a real show where anybody can sign up. You understand? This is proof. And none of this is produced. And truly anything can happen. And you can tell by the people like that coming up here. This guy's funny. I know this is going to be good. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Kiko, everybody. Kiko's here, everyone. God fucking damn it. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for a comedian named Kiko, everybody. Alright, let's start doing this shit because there's no background checks.
I'm really glad that lately I went through this second puberty that may go through at my age with your voice, you know, because until recently I sounded like a pretty assertive lady at the drive-thru. Let me get in the car. Man, pull up to the first window. So I pull up to the first window, fucking looking through my purse for the money. They can only see my luxurious hair. They're like, ma'am, it's 8:43. I look up. She's like, oh, shit. Girl, you need to work on this right here. It's probably pregnancy that got your hormones fucked up. Now, I know that I look like Maui from Moana in my third trimester, but I'm just a Colombian man out here in these streets. And I've been through a lot. I've seen Medellin during the Narcos time, you know. I've seen a lot of shit, but the worst shit is that bear sound.
What's the worst shit you've seen, Kiko? You want a minute?
The worst shit that I've seen growing up is a Brazilian playing Pablo Escobar on Netflix. We got actors too. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, Kiko. Absolutely, Kiko. I agree with you.
Normally, the bear, they can never rebound from the bear.
Yeah, that was good. Kiko, welcome back to the show. Remind us all how long you've been on the stand-up.
Since March.
Started in March.
Yeah, March 3rd.
That was your first time doing stand-up?
Ever in my life.
Was that on Kiltony?
No, but I got on one time at the last Anton show.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever club that was, that's what I meant.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I don't mind plugging them. I don't mind at all.
I'm mispronouncing it.
We have a special relationship, that place and I mean, they were, anyway, it doesn't matter. So Kiko, welcome back. What's in the bag today? What do you have in the bag?
This is my medicine bag. It's always my medicine bag.
Okay. What are we talking about here? Bloating?
You know, I got my trusty Kiltony book.
Hey! Welcome to a segment we call What's in Your Drug Bag. Here we go. We got a Kiltony joke.
That's the first drug.
Oh, yeah.
And then I got a calendar because I can't bring my phone
Oh, yeah.
into this club. I got money.
Oh, you do have a little bit there.
I got weed.
How much weed do you have? Let's see your bag of weed. I want to see
In
how much.
here, like a quarter.
Okay.
I don't bring it all out.
Okay.
If I get caught, I can smoke some on the way out.
Right. Absolutely. Any other drugs in there?
Nah. That's the only drug I really. I'll eat a mushroom every now and then, but I already had a lot of adrenaline in my life.
Hey, I like it. Your eyes got big when you said that. What kind?
They get big when you do adrenaline or whatever it is.
Hell yeah. I love it. Kiko, what do you do for a living?
I do music. I teach kids music and theater and painting.
What kind of music do you do for a living?
I play Colombian music mostly, but
I don't think that's Colombian.
I studied jazz and I'm a singer in general, and I do whatever kind of gig it is, whatever.
You play any instruments or anything?
Oh yeah, last time I got on, we played some blues.
I was listening to talk about
The other day, Red Band had a gig where I played the music and just got fucking off.
What did you play?
I fucked around with a looper pedal and made up funky stuff.
What did we do last time you were on? You played what?
I played blues with these guys last time.
You played guitar.
Yes, sir. This fine gentleman with a guitar.
Great night. That works out.
Hey, give up to this band. I'm sorry.
You don't play drums though, right?
I'll play a drum. You want me to play a drum?
It's been a long
I don't
time. We used to do this thing called a Mexican drum off. How do you feel tonight, Michael? You up to it?
I didn't know either, but I'll do
Okay,
it.
Kiko, you don't play drums, so we're not gonna have you.
I'm not the worst.
Yeah, sounds like you are.
All right.
If you were good at all, you could be saying a whole different thing at all right now.
I'm just no.
Kiko, what's your love life like? Tell us about your love life.
I got a steady girlfriend, 5 years, 6 years. We got, she got a kid, I got a kid. We all live together. We got animals.
Wow.
We got
You
animals.
each have your own separate kids?
Yeah.
Okay. You have another one on the way, clearly?
Third trimester.
Absolutely. That thing is plump as shit. When's the last time you visited a doctor?
You know, I have a really fucking awesome scar that looks like the apparition of the Virgin Mary's pussy.
Really?
Like right here.
Like what?
I can never show it because it's too ugly for stand-up, but for here it might work.
You guys want to see this guy's scar or what? Alright. Well, that's a scar, Kiko. Oh my god.
It even has a clear.
Oh my god. Who is... I didn't realize you could go to the fucking, get an operation done on Elm Street. Jesus Christ. Kiko, what type of...
They went, oh! Shit, they went like that.
Kiko, did the surgeon just put a stick of dynamite in your belly button?
Yeah, I went and I was like not wanting or didn't have money in the hospital, so they didn't give us.
That's not how it works, by the way.
No, they checked out not white. Fucking stuff.
No, it's not that you were white, it's that you didn't have insurance, Kiko.
No, Tony.
That's what, sorry to interrupt. That's what happens when you already owe the insurance company money and you show up to the hospital meeting.
No, right. I'm white and look at me. I'm the picture. He's doing great.
That's true. So what did they operate on exactly?
They took my gallbladder out and then fucked up the recovery.
How did they fuck it up?
They didn't give me antibiotics or whatever the right way.
Wow, so
I got infected. They couldn't leave it closed. They had to leave it open.
wow, I'm gonna fucking throw up. That's crazy.
Just throw up in a funny shape.
That's incredible. That is incredible. Michael has something he wants to say. I can tell it's gonna be really fucking good if we just shut up.
I speak burnout. So I can think. What it is they gave me in the bag. He drank on. And I said,
Is that what happened?
no, I was in the hospital, so all I did was drink.
Where was this hospital at?
It's the Brackenridge Hospital downtown.
Wow, that happened here in a real city. That looks like it was done with like rocks or something like that. Like I was guessing, like you needed your gallbladder out, and you were halfway between here and El Paso, and you pulled over, and you just did what you had to do to get it out. That scar is relentless.
Regular Colombian scar.
Pull them out. That is incredible. Yeah, I mean that is what a drug mule looks like. Right? It looks like your parents just filled up your belly with blows.
You know, my one parent, fuck you, Dad, filled his belly with blood. That's exactly what he did. He got caught at JFK.
That happened?
Yeah.
He put it up his butt or he swallowed
He
it?
swallowed it.
Oh, shit.
Maybe it was heroin. I don't really know.
How long did he get put for?
5 years.
That's it?
He had some in a suitcase and his fucking stomach.
Wow. The suitcase dude is pushing his luck that day, huh? Damn. That's crazy.
Defeats the purpose of hiding.
Wow.
Fucking dumb.
At JFK. God. What kind of blow was it? Your head off? JFK joke. I knew it was.
See what he did there?
I knew it wasn't going to work. I'm going to Kiko, I feel like your entire closet is filled with clothes that look exactly like that. Am I right?
Yeah.
You have a closet? You have a bag.
I don't have space for closets, bro.
What's your living situation?
I have a house. There's Liquor Park there.
How many people live in this house?
Like 2 kids and my girl.
I got
6 animals, 7 animals.
Wait a second. What? 7 animals?
Yeah, something like that. I got 3 dogs. Four chickens.
You have chickens?
I got chickens. I grew up on a farm, and I'm gonna move to one I bought in a year.
Wow. Are they drug chickens? Okay.
They're regular
chickens. What are the other animals? 3 chickens, 3 dogs?
I got this parrot flew onto my kid's head after the snowpocalypse happened here, and it just went home with us. And then in the park, it just went home with us, and it wouldn't fly away. We put it on the windowsill, and so it stayed. So now we have a fucking one of these parrots. It's wild out here.
How do the dogs react with the parrots?
It's fine now. The parrot is the alpha. It'll fuck you up.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
A parrot will rip your face off.
The parrots the ones that say shit or repeat shit back?
They do. They don't say that much. Monk parrots talk a very little bit.
Wow. Have you ever seen your star? I feel like he'd say something about that.
Bullshit! You're trying to eat it. He tries to eat all the blemishes you have. That shit hurts.
I love it. Kiko, you're always fun to have on the show, dude. It's always fun to get
Thank you.
Kiko. You already have a joke, bud, so we're going to keep it moving along.
Word.
Let's see if we can get lucky here. All right, Alan Martin. Let's see what happens here with the stylings of Alan Martin. How many of you like it when comedians do good on the show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Sort of a chill audience. That's kind of right? Again, the Undertaker. Thank you so much.
I think they're starstruck by me.
What?
I think they are starstruck by me.
That's true. That's what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Alan Martin, everybody. Taking a beat. Here he comes. All right. One more time for Alan Martin, everyone.
Thank you. Father made it kill Tony. I can't even say it. Talking about the black. My name is Alan Martin. I've been married for 6 years. I'm 26 years old. We had our kid in 2 months. They're meeting on Tuesday. So, I'm fucked up. But, nah, man. And the reason I married a white girl is I wanted to take some white privilege, I want to know what it felt like. But, we fucked up. We gave my kid a Mexican name. It made me send them. And my wife takes a piece of like, not work, I'm Mexican, I work construction. So, I'm never around. But, in my ultimate partner, I'm alcoholic, and my wife is, I don't care about her. Thank you.
Yeah, Alan Martin, okay. You're up here. Keep that mic in your hand, Alan. I'm going to talk with you for a second here. I have a few questions for you. Are you really an alcoholic?
Yeah, man.
How much do you drink?
750 bottles a day.
A what?
750 bottles a day.
750 milliliters you're talking about? Okay. I wouldn't have expected you to measure things in milliliters, but all right. I like it. I get it. You didn't seem like a milliliter man to me, but all right. There's a lot of surprises in today's episode. What are you drinking 750 milliliters of a day?
Well, I go with Brewers. I like Scotch whiskey Brewers. Sometimes I go with just the cheap stuff. I'm broke most of the time.
That's wild.
I'm 26.
Have you ever tried Screwball peanut butter whiskey?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's good.
I remember that brand. The 99 brand. You get one shot.
Oh, yeah, we don't do the 99.
Yeah. I'm an alcoholic.
I love that. And you like sneak it around because your wife of 6 years yell at you about that?
Oh, yeah, we just started to fight like last night.
How does the fight, what is the fight like for you and your girl? She's white, you guys have how many kids?
We just have one. I ain't that crazy.
Hell yeah. Well, actually, I'm guessing she's not that crazy. I'm pretty sure it's up to her. But go ahead, tell us what a fight with you and your wife of 6 years is like.
Well, sometimes on the weekends she goes spend time at her mom's house.
Sometimes she what?
She goes to spend time at her mom's house.
Oh yeah, that's a typical white girl in a relationship with a Mexican guy. Think that
We got a lake house and they're tired.
of course, yes, they're white. Yes, I know, they're white. Yes, I understand. I got it. We understand that they're white. You don't need to keep describing white people. They have 2 cars. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's like the dad doesn't even work anymore. He's like this thing. He used to be like shit. So I called her Saturday morning, like, yo, what's up? Are you coming home? Yeah. And she said, yeah, later. But later said it's 4 o'clock. And Mexico US was playing, soccer. Right. So Mexico had lost. Okay. Mexico and US was playing, so it's basically Christmas for you, right? Oh, yeah. I have my third. I was thinking about myself. Wait, I love the way you say it. I need complete silence when he says this. Say it one more time. What were you making? I hate so obnoxious. I love it. And how you made a lot of fajita? Actually, that fajita price went up. It went up, because of COVID. I don't know why, but it went up. White people say fajitas. Fajitas. And Mexicans. Yeah, but I only ate one fajita. I had one little tortilla. Una libra. What? Una libra. Una libra? 1 pound. Oh, 1 pound. How many milliliters? You're a man of many measurements, my friend. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I love it. I thought you would only measure in 4 I'm not 16 anymore. I love it. That's when you were 16. That's when got the party. Is that when you started drinking? No, I started with coke. You started with cocaine? When did you first do cocaine? I don't know if y'all know. There's a flea market called Trinity Village. Okay. How does this weave into the story? Okay. Let's just a little bit more of this. So, yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, I get it. No. Just wait a second. Jesus Christ. Just do the interview, bro. That's my first time on stage. It's my second time at a college. This is your first time on stage? Yeah, my second time at a college. Get this man a shot of Newer. Get this guy a shot. Alan, you're fucking doing it. All right. They're getting you a shot of Newer. And let's talk about it. So the fight. He comes home at basically 4 a.m. Sunday morning. Is that what you're saying? I passed out at 4 o'clock on Sunday because I've been drinking since like 8. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I was getting ready, the game was going to start. So then when did you guys fight? She waited for you. I woke up at 9 a.m. on the bed and I was passed out. I'm pretty sure I pissed myself. Yeah. And you just woke up ready to fight, didn't you? I woke up. Hey, where the fuck were you? I made fucking fajitas. You're right. Mexico won the soccer game. Did they win? Did Mexico win? USA, baby. Wait, you root for USA? That's what I love America, man. Hell yeah. I love America. USA, baby. Welcome to another episode of Shit You Have to Say When You're Married to a White Woman. No, I love America. Seriously. I mean it. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. It's like the sound effects tonight, like a piano guy. You're on fire, dude. All right. So, Alan, you wake up at 9 a.m., piss all over you. It was 4 p.m. on Sunday yesterday. Jesus Christ. So you slept. Okay. No, I fell asleep at 4 p.m. I woke up at 9. Yeah, okay. So, on a Saturday night? Sunday, yesterday. Yeah, what's the whole point of you telling her to get home? You just go. Because she hadn't been home all day. And I woke up. And I just saw her sitting by my kid's crib. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Wait, your kid's crib? You have your own kid that's separate from her? No. We have the one kid. They were both there. Right, so it's our kid's crib. She was sleeping. He looks white, man. He has pretty hair, good eyes, shit like that. Okay. I'm happy though. So she's next to the crib. Yeah, the kid's gonna be great. Yeah, he's gonna be a badass. Yeah. Absolutely. So then what? How does the fight happen? Did you get your shot yet? Did you get your shot of whiskey for my extremely young alcoholic friend? So go ahead, the fight. How was the fight? Yeah, I woke up from, being drunk as fuck, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck are you doing here? And she was like, this is my house. Wait, you fought with her like you didn't even didn't know who she was?
Yeah, because I was just waking up from it. Oh, yeah. I was like,
You're a nightmare, dude. Hey, who the fuck are you, bitch? You're sleeping next to Mikey's crib?
yeah.
Get your ass up and get out of here. What do you mean I'm covered in piss? There you go, there's your shot of whiskey. Out in for the owner of Vulcan, Nick, everybody. This guy used to run a dirty EDM club on 6th Street. Now he's basically the biggest comedy dealer in the world, everyone. Pretty crazy how that happens. Alright, so you're like, hey, who are you? Get out of here. Yeah, then what happened? Well, she said, well, this is my house. She's like, I live with you. We have a baby together. There's pants on your pants. Pretty much. And then what you say? I said, well, wash the sheets.
Hey, this one got a white girl.
I don't even know what sound. Hold on a second. Stop. God damn. Yeah, that's how long it takes for the whiskey to hit, huh? Jesus Christ. You still have some fucking in your mouth.
No, but that's why I married a white girl. Hispanic girls, I think with Salvadorians, Mexicans,
You get angry quick.
no, they want to fight. And I don't want to fight.
I think you do, sort of. Dude, you were just standing up here and you're like, fucking America won. I love USA. I love America. And you get a shot. You're like, watch the sheets, bitch. Fuck you. White girls are submissive.
But it's true, man.
White girls are submissive compared to him.
Why would she marry me if she met me on Tinder?
Wow. You can meet a lot of people on Tinder. It's just meeting
No,
someone.
that's the first girl I ever met on Tinder. That was my third girlfriend. Ever.
Your third girlfriend after you've been with her for 6 years?
Yeah, I married her when I was 40. I'm 26 right now. Yeah. Like I said, I fucked up my number. Like I got these girls now on my Instagram.
I don't see how Indiana Jones has anything to do with this. What? He's got his lasso. Look at it. Oh, yeah. No one was paying attention to that. Very good. Jesus Christ. I love it. What do you think's the weirdest thing about you, Alan? What's the, we find out all this interesting stuff about you piss the bed, all that, but I want to know what you think is something crazy about you. What's something you're trying to improve on or hope that you never do again, or like a mistake that you've made?
I've been like doing coke and stuff like that for 5 years.
Wow!
I show up here and I've been, like I said, from last time that I came, I saw some other people.
How do you know you just haven't done coke and then forgotten about it?
I didn't have a woman.
Okay. Here comes a coke dealer right now, everybody. Just to end the party. This guy. Hell yeah. Beer. Oh yeah. How racist a white guy brings you a Modelo like that. Incredible. Next he's gonna bring up a fajita. All right, Alan. Well, fun times, dude. You know what? Even though it's your first time, I think as far as the first set goes, I think you have a big joke book coming here, everybody. Congratulations. Hey, if you ever start doing cocaine again, I want you to start doing it off the back of that book, okay? There you go. Alan Martin, everybody. You guys ready to get a female comedian up here? I'm going to pull names until we get a lady out of it. We want to give a shout out to Rhodes up here. Fuck out of here. Let's look shout out to idiots. Put the mic stand where you found it on that orange jack. Be a professional. There you go. There goes Alan Martin, everybody. What did he say? Shout it out. Oh, he shouted out Brody? Shout out Brody Stevens. There you go. I love that. The irony is he's probably going to hang himself one day, too. That's just for the podcast listeners, I guess. There you go. All right. Sorry, Ethan. Sorry, Rick. Sorry, Pedro. Sorry, Jason. Nate. It's not going to happen tonight. Sorry to Ray. We're looking for a lady. Sorry to Earl. Crux. I'm guessing Crux is a man, right? Colin. Jordan. Ben. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Brody. Jason. Okay. Okay, thank you, Brody. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Jonah Page. Jonah. Here's another one. Here she is, everybody. Your first female comedian of the night. Make some noise one more time for Jonah Page.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Jonna Page, like Donna with a J. I'm 31. I live in a school-less tiny home. I have 3 cats. So I'm obviously fucking single. I masturbate a lot with a vibrator. People usually say that cats are like assholes or like evil or stupid. I don't think so. I love them. They're my best friends. They're really smart. They know one trick that I've trained them. And that's only to ask for breakfast after I'm done using my vibrator. Just based off the sound alone, they know what's up. They come asking me for kibble in the morning, only when they know that mommy's done. They don't look at me. They don't touch me. They don't ask me for shit until mom's got her good morning breakfast going.
Alright, there you go. You've been in. Jonah, is this your first time on the show? Just Jonah, you said it was, right? Okay, is this your first time on the show? How long have you been on stand-up for? Aw, our first time, everybody! How adorable is that? What made you want to do it? Did someone tell you that you're funny?
No, bitch.
No bitch? What exactly does that mean? What's no bitch in this instance? I want you to explain your context
A couple people
so that I know
don't like
exactly how to
me.
respond. You're saying no one told you that you're funny?
Yeah, a couple people did.
Who?
Friends.
Exactly. I want names. We're going to do like contact tracing or something like that. I'm going to call them and I'm going to make sure that they told you that you're funny.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Just kidding, John. It's your first time on the show. Everything's fine. So tell us about you. It's your first time doing stand-up. How old are you? What made you want to start now?
31. I don't know.
You're like Nikki Glazed Donuts.
I don't really know what that means.
There's a comedian named Nikki Glazer, but she takes extremely good care of her body.
Okay.
And whereas you, instead of being Nikki Glazer, you're Nikki Glazed Donuts. And for all the comedy fans, they're like, whoa. And you're like, what? So that's what happened. If you want me to coach you through everything, I will.
Okay, yeah, walk me through it. Thanks. That was painful.
It could be worse. I could have said you just look like regular old Amy Schumer. I mean, if you wanted me to be mean, that's what I would do. Bitch.
The only thing that we have in common is our normal nose.
What are you talking about?
Maybe she knows.
Does she have a little nose?
I don't know.
Doesn't her sort of lip look like that? It's like a big nose.
My first boyfriend in high school used to call me ski slow, still sensitive. He said he could drop it from my nose and ramp off of it.
Okay, I would never share that story in public again. Shauna, what do you do for a living? What do you do for work?
I make beeswax candles.
Beeswax candles. Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah,
I love that. How long have you been making candles for?
About 6 years.
Wow, that's cool.
I like it.
I love it. That's so cool. You have like actual, how do you get beeswax? You have bees and shit?
Bees and shit.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I would guess those are seeds, but I guess you have bees. I love it. How long have you been keeping bees for?
About 6 years.
6 years. So you just started it all. You went all in on the beeswax candles.
Yep.
You get stung a lot? Other than the last few minutes up here?
Fuck you. Respect. Yes, I actually got stung by 2 killer bees once. It was really crazy.
What was that like? What happened there?
I didn't cry, which was fucking nuts. But I got stung like under my bra. It's really fucking painful. I hadn't run in a long time since like high school. It's like high school. I ran the fuck out of there.
You didn't have to tell us you ever ran since high school. We know. Sorry. Sorry you called me a bitch. When I was a little kid, I was molested by someone that kept calling me a bitch. So that's my excuse for why I get to make fun of people that when they call me a bitch, I break out. Just kidding. Just kidding. What do you do for fun?
Mostly coming here.
Yeah, you come to kill Tony?
Yeah.
That's nice. What else? What else do you do for fun? Other than blackout.
Oh, wow.
I'm just guessing. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Taking a chance. Sticking with John Deeds for my usual handshake film. What do you do for fun?
I work, hang out with friends, do comedy, hang out with cats. That's about it.
That's it. How many cats do you have?
3.
3? Wow.
What's that? It's a school bus tiny home.
It really is like a school bus? Do you have a bathroom on the school bus?
Yeah.
A shower and everything?
I do have an outdoor shower, I have an indoor shower bath, I have a compost toilet.
Okay. You ever just use the litter box? All those cats running around, I bet once in a while.
You know, I fucking should have during that winter storm, but yeah, no, they have their own litter box.
Wow. Are they older cats?
Like 7.
Always healthy? Strong cats?
They have some fucking drama, honestly.
Really? Drama? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's 4 scary pussies running around that house.
Yeah.
Michael Lair, I'm going to
Yeah, when me and Zach Lucas moved to Austin, our first night here, we're at a hotel, and China and 2 other girls came by, and I'm like, cool, fuck that. And nothing.
Wow. You didn't even get to hit that?
No, not one of the 3 pussies in the room.
So, John, why didn't you hook up with Michael? You have a boyfriend?
I thought I was a good patriot. No, boyfriend.
Okay, no boyfriend.
You're bad.
Michael says you're a bad patriot. You ever been to a broom closet with a guy in a wheelchair before? Huh?
I'm only fucking nostrils.
Only fucking what? Wow, nostrils? Oh, I guess.
Fall back, you fucking idiot.
It's okay. Jonah, what is your love life like? You're single, you're dating, you're out there, you're getting laid?
Pretty stagnant.
When's the last time you had sex with a human being?
A few weeks ago.
A few weeks? Who was the guy a few weeks ago?
Friend.
Tell us more. Is it a friend with benefits, like a guy that you hook up with regularly?
Sort of.
Okay, this is fun. Like I'll just keep asking tons of questions until I find out what I want. Is that guy? Oh, geez, you might be right about this. He said he sounds like this guy's married. Is that true?
Someone say that he's not married. He was vegan. It's a little embarrassing.
He's a vegan? Wow. Jeez. What's the sex like? He's vegan. I'm guessing he doesn't go down on you.
No, he does.
Wow. He goes down there. He's like, dude, there's beef everywhere.
Beef? I thought we were going with fish. I thought that was about cheese.
No, I'm saying that your pussy is walked out.
Wow, it's pretty.
The joke wasn't about the smell, it's about the visual. You ever extended labia?
No.
Stop, you can't ask something like that, Red Band. Disgusting.
Ask the man with a pink microphone. What the fuck?
John, don't try to make it. Do you have an extended labia unless like this? I'm kidding. I don't really care. Wow. So, the guy is, when's the last time you hooked up with somebody other than this for the benefits? Do you like have hookups? I'm trying to figure out why Michael didn't get laid. How many of you think you should have sex with Michael later?
God damn it, no.
Let's go to the broom closet. My goodness.
It's girlfriend here, I'm just kidding.
And I'll be having sex with us in the broom closet.
Alright. Don't want to get in the way, I'm sorry. John, you have any special skills or talents? Like if this was a talent show, do you do like a magic trick, anything? Like are you good at anything? Like music, singing, or anything like that?
I used to teach pole fitness.
Pole fitness?
Yeah.
What type of pole? I'm so confused. Like what does that mean?
Big one. Yeah.
Oh, like a strip club. Yeah, she's definitely into cherry pie, I know that.
Whatever.
I'm going on a fucking diet. What the fuck?
Tomorrow, this is what happens. You get a real reality check up here.
I do.
You're a big fan of the show. You say that you come here all the time. Did you expect that it was going to end up this way? Do you feel like this?
Yeah, I know it was gonna be good.
But like, what were some things you were hoping?
I don't know. I guess just. I don't know this. I guess I'm a masochist, so I get ass kicked. I'm a I see people do this every week.
I'll tell you this, that just like the last guy, coming up here and having the balls to do this and to sign up, especially after watching a lot of shows like you have, it takes an incredible amount of courage. God damn, I got it. You don't get the fucking decide to get one joke. You do this. It's gonna go on to her later. You know that I hand Tony the big joker. There you go. Here you go. Some more pink skin for you to take with you. That's a handmade leather joke both sides. No.
Thank you.
No. Red dance. How about one more time for John, everybody? There she goes. Jesus Christ. This is one of the wackiest episodes we've had in a while. Yeah. I don't know. We started sort of late. You guys think we should go to the bucket one more time real quick? Then, yeah, maybe you're right. You know what? Let's skip it. Let's close out the show with one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. The longest standing regular in the history of Piltoni. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Oh, shit. I do mean it every week. The man is a monster. This is William Montgomery. A week into COVID, and I'm still here, baby. So I started inserting Mickey Mouse into famous movie roles. Like when Mickey Mouse got divorced and then dressed up like a British nanny to get closer to his kids, and the Minnie Mouse fell down. It sounds like Biden is about to start forcing people to get vaccinated. Asians and whites are getting vaccinated nearly double that of Hispanics and blacks. I think we should start sending the army in to start putting the non-vaccinated in jail, starting with those communities. We definitely shouldn't let the unvaccinated into movie theaters. Or let them vote. Or take my daughter. At the very least, we should make the unvaccinated sit in the back of the bus. All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, William Montgomery. Every single week. I thought that Mickey Mouse one was going to be better. I think it was great. That was a fucking nightmare. I just got high shit up there. I'm totally on edge right now. You got stoned before this? I did. I smoked that in a one. Oh, really? Yeah. I see you wrote your jokes on a paper plate tonight. First time we've seen this. Did you get that off your buddy David Lucas before you got on stage? I ran out of my note card. Okay.
So I improvised. I'm also selling this for $200 after the show. In case anybody wants it. $200 My goodness. William Montgomery. Always a monster. So much fun. What that I was trying to the Mickey Mouse when I thought that was going to be better. It really wasn't. The other one I kind of racist is. I thought that was going to go better. It really didn't. I don't know what the fuck happened. It really has really nice handwriting. Really write it out. And like, well, Amy Nicole minute, I'm still here, baby. So I started inserting Mickey Mouse into famous movie roles. Like when Mickey Mouse got divorced and then dressed up like a British nanny to get closer to his kids, and then Mickey Mouse found out. It sounds like Biden is about to start forcing people to get vaccinated. Asians and whites are getting vaccinated nearly double that of Hispanics and blacks. This is incredible. Did you do all of this? I did, yeah. It's called coordinate my daughter. You have really nice handwriting. It is incredible. This is your handwriting? No, I actually got someone in the bathroom to write it out. Wow. I don't really know how to fucking write. If you believe that, then really tell these people that you don't know how to write. No, I mean, seriously, I don't know how to fucking write. I tried to fucking learn when I was like 5. I couldn't do it, and I still don't fucking do it. I recommend you not doing that, though. My life's a fucking nightmare. You need to learn how to write. Because I swear to God, I've made life so much harder on myself. Seriously, it is so fucking hard. It's the worst fucking life because I never learned how to fucking read. Seriously, I want to jump off a fucking bridge most days. I don't know how to fucking read. I don't know how to fucking write. My life is upside down now. Literally, it's upside down. I can't go to the grocery store. That didn't make sense. The grocery store didn't make sense. Because I can see the food. Yeah, we all know you can go to the grocery store. What are some other ways where not knowing how to read or write affects you, though? Let's just keep this momentum going. I mean, try playing Monopoly if you don't know how to fucking read or write. It's like it's in Chinese. Wait, what about the Chinese? Easy guy. What did you say? I said it's like I'm reading Chinese. Oh, and I said, it might as well be Chinese. I know what that's like. I should have read my tweets from a couple months ago. What else? I don't know. I've run out of stuff. It's incredible. This is our first time finding out that William doesn't know how to read. Right? Looking with a very curious look on Red Band. No, it seems like you can have less eyebrows every week that they're falling out. Yeah, it really is an interesting thing. I haven't noticed that about you. If you hung on my fucking brain. You're starting to look like RoboCop when it comes to the eyebrows. Shut the fuck up, Red Man. Shut the fuck up. That was a little mean. Shut the fuck up. You're supposed to have fucking fun up here today. We fucking talked about it last night, you piece of shit. We fucking say that. Please, Red Man, stop. Is the eyebrow thing something that you've noticed? Yeah, I notice it every time I look at myself in the fucking mirror. I don't have fucking eyebrows anymore. William, have you thought about drawing some in? What the fuck are y'all doing playing that song? God, just stop. Is there a girl out there that has an eyebrow pen that's willing to help out? Somebody's got an eyebrow. I know all of you, literally every woman in the room has like an eyebrow pen. Yeah. Like, you're not fooling me. I'm sorry, these are real. Fucking liars. Is there any Latino women in the room? Do you have an eyebrow pen? I can't hear. I got
How about any of these hoes over here? You guys have an eyebrow pen?
Boss Jim is fucking everybody and I can get my goddamn eyebrows done? Holy shit! Oh my god! Holy shit!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey,
Hey, wait, we haven't got one right here. Not doing that. Ladies, is there anybody that has a fucking eyebrow thing? Yeah, he's got an eyebrow thing. You have an eyebrow? How many of you think Michael Laird should paint the eyebrows on William Montgomery? Come on, somebody has to have something. Do you have anything other than a Sharpie? There's gotta be a fucking...
I'll let Michael because he's about to die.
Oh, come on.
I'm kidding.
There we go.
Totally get it.
Will you do it for him? Here, you face... Here. Oh, okay, perfect. Here, you stand in front of the keyboard as William. You face her. There you go. We're gonna get some eyebrows on here. This is gonna be very exciting. We have the green. We have the green.
Oh, look at this guy.
Look at that man. The crowd.
I'm gonna learn how to fucking read now. I'm gonna learn how to read.
Now that he has nothing for us, he's gonna learn how to read, everybody. How do I look?
How am I looking? How am I looking, y'all?
It's pretty. I didn't mean to look ridiculous. I love it. Please do your eyebrows like all the time. Okay.
No, William, seriously, that makes me look really
He looks like Lucifer himself.
This is exactly what the fucking devil looks like.
Like when you
You're
just
gonna go down to hell and I'm fucking standing right there.
when murderers die, this is what they see. They see that face. This one, you're dead, dead, dead.
How you let me react? I've been waiting on you. I've been waiting on you.
The devil, everybody. Hey, can you give us all a wink with your new eyebrow? Oh, he's got the new. Oh, the famous William Montgomery wink. We haven't seen this in a while. This is where he picks audience members to wink at. Hey, this guy over here wants one, William. This guy right here. Give him one right over there. Hell yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that's William Montgomery, everybody. And this has been another episode of Kill Tony. We did it again. The great William Montgomery doing shows, going on tour. Very, very, very special episode for me, getting to hang out with one of my best friends of all time and one of my favorite people in the show's history. How loud can this place get for the great Michael Laird, everybody? That's a standing ovation out there. Everything Michael Laird can be found at michaellairdcomedy.com. The great Ryan J. Ebel drew tonight's episode. That's what that looks like.
Oh, Michael Laird.
Yeah, it's literally only Michael Laird featured on this one. That makes it an extra special piece. All those prints, including the new Kill Tony bingo cards, are available at RyanJEbel.com. Again, Michael Laird, one of the great artists of Kill Tony's entire history. Michael, is there anything you'd like to say or anything like that?
William looks like Santa Claus transitioning.
Anything else? Anything about the episode or the show?
No, I want to go home.
Okay, michaellairdcomedy.com. How loud can this place get for the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony band, everybody? Shout outs to the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose, Austin Reserve by Revolution Spirits, Cantina, CM Smokehouse, Crown Royal, and Adrian Cavazos over at Mountainside. So much fucking fun tonight. A lot of fucking ups and downs and swerves and lefts and rights. But we had fun. This is home here in Austin, Texas. And we love being here with you every Monday. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night.
Love it. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's House Jim here. I make out with a different girl every Kill Tony. Come watch Kill Tony. Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from Fulton's Gas Company for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. Austin, Texas, it's Monday night. You guys gotta get louder than that. We're about to do this shit here. Look, yeah, Brody Redman's here, everybody. Guys, how about a hand for the goddamn Kill Tony band? Am I right? These Austin musicians simply do not fuck around. They are the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony band. I'm brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter fucking Whiskey. Make some noise if you like peanut butter. Make some noise if you like whiskey. Well, there it is. It's decided. Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. The best goddamn whiskey out there. It's delicious. Everybody loves peanut butter. Welcome to Kill Tony, brought to you by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. The best goddamn strip clubs in the world. Luckily for you guys, they're here in the city that you're in right now. again, as always, I mentioned, if I ever find out that anybody ever went to any other strip club in the city, you're no longer allowed to come to the show. Something to keep in mind. The great Adrian Cavazos made custom-made joke books for us. You can follow him on Instagram at Bonsai. We're all stuffed up with delicious food thanks to CM Smokehouse and Golden Acres. And I'm excited. Our friend who is the barbecue master of Austin, Texas, Yoni, is back, everybody. He had the coronavirus. Thank fucking God. Where the fuck's Yoni at? Look at this guy right here. He's back. He had it bad too. Turns out eating barbecue 3 times a day isn't the best versus the coronavirus. He lost 10 pounds. He did. He's going to gain that back yesterday. I love it. And we're all excited. We are ready and ramped up for another show. But before we start tonight's show, a little bit on the amazing sponsors that made this show free for you podcast listeners right now. Hey y'all, there are some things in life that I like to pick out myself so that I know I've got the one that's best for me. Like cuts of steak, my mattress, bottles of wine, baseball cards. What if you could do the same for hiring? Choose your ideal candidate before they even apply? That's where ZipRecruiter's Invite to Apply comes in. It gives you, as the hiring manager, the power to pick your favorites from top candidates. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. I love using ZipRecruiter because it takes all the headache out of looking for someone new to hire. How does Invite to Apply work? Well, when you post a job on ZipRecruiter, they send you the most qualified people for your job. Then you easily review the candidates and invite your top choices to apply for your job. Like Lauren Webb, SVP of Talent Acquisition for Mindula Health, raves about ZipRecruiter's Invite to Apply. She says, I love that feature because we have a much higher follow-through rate if I invite people. It's easy for me, and it's easy for them. In fact, according to ZipRecruiter internal data, jobs where employers use ZipRecruiter's Invite to Apply get on average 2.5 times more candidates, which helps make for a faster hiring process. See for yourself. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Yeehaw, giddy up, little dozen. Now that the world's opening back up, so many new thrills are on the horizon. And whether you've been in a relationship for years or just getting started, we're excited to get back out there and meet new people. When the moment comes, you want to be ready. Roman ready. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now to talk to U.S. licensed healthcare professionals. You know what it is. With Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for erectile dysfunction, all from the comfort and privacy of your home. Red Band, you're 10 years older than me. You know all about that. Oh, I know. I've used it, and it was simple to use. Roman Ready equals confidence. The confidence that you know you can rise to the occasion in any moment. We're looking at the Summer of Love 2021 version, and Roman wants to make sure you can participate in your way. Whether that be a single person or a couple who would still rather stay in with each other, a U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment. If medication is appropriate, it ships to you free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward, convenient, and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today to connect with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional and take care of it. If you're having trouble with your phone, use Tony. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony today. And if you're prescribed, get 50% off your first month of ED treatment. Make sure you're ready to have confidence and control this summer. Roman ready. I'm telling you, I'll say it every time. Truly one of the most amazing sponsors of something that we actually use every single day, no matter what. Whether we're hungover, whether we're out in the Texas heat, which is relentless. I'm telling you, Liquid IV works, and it works for both of us. Redman and I, as you can tell on the show, agree on very few things. But the one thing you both love is liquid IV. The hot summer months are here, and it's been keeping me alive. Gives me what I need to be proactive to keep my body fueled up and hydrated. Golfing in Texas is no joke. Making hydration a priority helps us feel healthier on a day-to-day basis and fuels us to our highest potential. One stick of liquid IV and 16 ounces of water hydrates faster and more efficiently than water alone. You know all about this, right?
Definitely. You know, for night drinking, I'll have one before I go to bed. Right in the morning, I have one when I wake up. Before I think about doing a workout, I have one. Whenever I feel run down, which is almost every day, I have a few. I love the tangerine one. They have amazing flavors. They have watermelon, strawberry, lemon, lime. It's great tasting and it's functional. It makes you feel great. I love it because they also give back. They donated over 11 million sticks to people around the world. Liquid IV hydrates faster and more efficiently than water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins, more vitamin C than an orange, as much potassium as a banana. It's healthier than the sugary sports drinks that I used to be addicted to that has no artificial flavors or preservatives, and less sugar than an apple. Made with clean ingredients, not GMO, vegan, free of gluten, dairy, and soy.
I'm telling you, the point is right before I'm about to pass out, I'll throw one of these in a bottle of water and I feel better in literally seconds. This stuff is amazing. We couldn't be happier that they're a sponsor, and you can support us by supporting them. Grab your liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco or get 25% off now when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code TONY at checkout. That's 25% off anything you order when you get better hydration today using promo code TONY at liquidiv.com. Seriously, you're going to love it. I'm telling you, Kill Tony supporter since day one. The Ridge wallet, the best wallet that you could possibly have. Sleek, amazing, and holds up to 12 cards plus room for cash. There's over 30 colors and styles, including carbon fiber and burnt titanium. I have the burnt titanium. I absolutely love it. What's incredible about this product is they give you a full refund if you don't love it, because they know you're going to love it. It's a front of the pants wallet instead of having one of those dinky wallets that gets butt cheap. I can't imagine what your wallet must have been going through.
No, I think I have what a lot of people have. It's just that wallet you maybe got at Target like 5 years ago, and you have everything stuffed in it from Subway cards you'll never use, 1,000 different business cards, and it just hurts to sit on. I've had back pains from driving, from going on road trips. I can't believe I've been living like that for so many years. And now, the Ridge wallet, I have just what I need in my pocket, in my front pocket. I barely even know it's there. It's great.
And it's just so cool. It looks cool. Pulling it out feels good. You feel like a boss. And it's an important part of your life. You're going to have a wallet. Why not get a cool wallet? And why not support Kill Tony at the same time by doing so? Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/killtony. That's ridge.com/killtony and use the code KillTony, all one word, for your discount. Again, 10% off today. Ridge.com/killtony.
Austin, no.
And Austin Road. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show or what? How about one more time for this man, Michael Gonzalez on the drums, the great Matt Mueling on guitar, and after taking his 2 weeks off, filled with antibodies to the gill, fresh off the coronavirus, the madness is back. He is back. And I heard a rumor that he can see now. He got the coronavirus and he can see. It's the craziest thing. So we're going to have fun here tonight. The great Ryan J. Eagle is drawing tonight's episode live from Los Angeles. He's watching the live stream, drawing it live. All the merch, all the t-shirts, including the new Kill Tony bingo card available at RyanJeagle.com. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Every single week we have one of the greatest comedians in the world as our guest. This week is no different. This man in this great country that we live in, talk about being able to fucking utilize your position, right? A man that understands the freedom of speech, a man that pushes it to the limit. This guy closed out the main room of the Comedy Store for decades. comedy store. He moved here to Austin, Texas, to be able to perform like a free artist. Here, he lives here now. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tonight's guest. If you don't know him, you're about to fucking know. The great, the powerful, the one, the only, Brian Holtzman, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah! This is your favorite comedian. Yeah! Dr. Brian Holtzman is there. Your favorite comedian's favorite comedian, Brian Holtzman. Everybody. I love this doctor getup. I had no idea you were going to do this.
I'm not a doctor, but I am vaccinating women only in the back of my pickup after the show. I am doing my part to stop the spread of venereal diseases as we know it.
Also, we're going to have so much fun. Always a little legendary guest on the show. You guys know how it works. This bucket here is filled with comedians' names. Over 100 comedians scattered way back. Comedians only, make some noise back there. Over 100 comedians signed up on their way in for the opportunity to get pulled out of this bucket, perform 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage, and then get interviewed by this illustrious panel afterwards. You guys know the 60 seconds is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, everybody. Give that kitten one more time, just so they know what that sounds like without the jungle bird interrupting for literally less than no reason whatsoever. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? I'm gonna say it again. Austin, you just simply, I don't think you understand how we do this on Mondays. You have to make more noise than that. Are you guys ready to start this fucking show? There you go. This is what I need. This is Monday. Before we go to the bucket, though, why don't we do something fucking fun? We have a regular on the show who got made a regular just a couple months ago. Here in Austin, Texas. This is the first regular appointed here in Austin. He's been absolutely destroying every single week. This is the future of Kill Tony and the present. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute by the great Hans Kim, everybody.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Asian. I love being Asian because whenever someone is racist to me, I'm like, oh, you hate respectful people who keep to themselves? Okay, good luck finding an affordable car. Most people who are racist have no idea that they're racist. Like, this guy came up to me, and he was like, dude, 저기요, 중국이 어딨어요? I was like, just because I look like this doesn't mean I speak your Ching-Chong language. Don't be racist, and the post office is right there. A lot of people ask me why Asian people eat dogs. A lot of people here at the Vulcan and upper management have asked me. And the reason why we eat dogs is because they have bigger dicks than us. Because they can see peripherally. And they're better at driving than us. So we eat them to consume their powers. Thank you.
Hans Kim does it again. Another killer, brand new minute from Hans Kim. Unbelievable. Holtzman, is this your first time seeing Hans Kim?
No, they all look alike to me. I've been to see him a million times back in the war. What the motherfucker?
Okay. I do not endorse any of the things Brian's saying right now. These are all independent contractors I have on the show. I was going to complain about all those Asian stereotypes you said during that set. Because I have to. You said Ching Chong at one point. I think that guy's still mad at me. Hans, you're You're an absolute killer. Every single week, a brand new minute. How's this week gone for you? What you been doing?
It's been good. I went camping in Owl Creek Park in Texas.
Okay. Is it weird? I don't know. I've never heard of a lot of Asian campers before. What do? You just go out there and sit in your Honda or something like that? Or
He has a van, remember?
oh, he's got a van.
My van. That's our national anthem.
What kind of van do you have?
I have a Sprinter van.
Okay.
I had sex with 2 ladies in there.
Whoa, this week?
No, just lifetime.
Oh, lifetime. Okay. Okay.
Ladies with dicks.
Oh, look out. Hell yeah. For those of you that don't know, my van is also Hans's aunt's name. So, so what else did you do? What was camping like? Did you see any wild animals or anything like that?
We saw a lot of meth heads.
Oh yeah, you can see that right around the corner here. I don't know why you went all the way to fucking wherever, but they got a lot of those here.
We went inner tubing. I went with a female who would not touch me.
See, it's so interesting because it seems like to me, you know, Hans is an innocent young man, but meanwhile, every single week here, you've been fucking balling out. For those of you that don't know, the last few weeks, at some point during this interview process, a beautiful girl has come on stage and really, really intensely made out with Hans Kim. It's been, what, 3 weeks in a row?
Something like that, yeah.
You know, been 3?
It's been 3 weeks.
It's been 3 weeks in a row. A lot of my closest advisors have said that maybe we shouldn't keep going with it, but you know what? I don't listen to any of my advisors at all. So, I don't know. It's a little bit earlier in the show, but I figured I'd give it a shot. Is there a beautiful lady out there that wants to come down here and make out with Hans Kim? Come up here and make out with Hans Kim? I mean, there's always a beautiful Kill Tony fan out there, and they shove their tongue deep in his mouth. There's got to be somebody. It's always worth the wait when I try this. It's always, the anticipation really builds. Maybe they're up there, maybe they're down here, maybe, who knows? There's got to be somebody, though. It always works out. How many of you think a beautiful girl should come up here and make out with Hans Kim? This guy went inner tubing. Or a guy. Okay, guy. Come on, there's got to be a beautiful girl out there. Okay, maybe let's go downward. Maybe a not so beautiful girl. How about if you're feeling a little less confident tonight, maybe you can come up. Can we get a drum roll or something? Come on, someone's got to come down here. I can feel it. Hold on, what's this? Oh, that's one of the guys. Okay. The whole staff's just walking around right now. I gotta get one of those off weeks. Fuck that. You guys think it's an off week this week? Then you better, what do you fans better tell your hot girlfriend to come up here and make out with Hans Kim? With someone? What are you pointing at, lady? You just pointing at random girls? You're pointing at this fucking Christian mingle over here? There's no way this fucking church-going bitch is coming up here. How about from the yellow rose or the red rose? Anybody up there? Cody, send one of these girls down here. Come on, come give Hans Kim a fucking kiss. What's going on? Are you guys calling me ugly? What the fuck? This usually works. Jesus, what the fuck is happening? Come on, we'll give you Kaylee's $100. Kaylee left early tonight. Jesus Christ. So will somebody come make out with fucking Hans Kim? What are you idiots doing? Bunch of fucking dumb brutes in the audience tonight. Thank you, God. Jesus Christ almighty. Hans Kim, for those of you who don't know, he also had sex with a girl in a broom closet here in Vulcan 2 weeks ago, everybody, right after the show. Thank you. Alright, who is the girl that you went camping with?
She's a local comedian.
You gonna do her?
She's not here, but she had plenty of chances on the camping trip.
Wait, I think there's a girl coming up. Hold on a second. Are we about to make Kill dude. Girls highlighters trying to get part of the action here. Wow, me too. Ladies, kiss me too, please. Say into the microphone. What are your names? Jennifer and
I'm
Stormy, everybody. How about that? Hell yeah. Stormy just made out with Tsunami over here. I love it. My fucking goodness. And you ladies work at the Yellow Rose? I'm telling you, best fucking strip club. They even have a sense of humor over there. I love it. Fuck yeah. Look at Hans just trying to fucking speed date as fast as they can. So what do you do? Where are you from? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? Where's your favorite place to eat? Wanna go there? You like bands? You like bands? Huh? You like the Hella Broom Closet? Yeah, I bet. Hell yeah. What would you ladies do with a guy like Hans Kim if you had him alone in his van, in the back of the van? What would be your first move?
Read?
Yeah. Good read. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you'd have to learn how to do that first. How about Stormy? Stormy, what would be your first move with Hans?
Private dancer, something.
Oh shit! Look at that, Hans. I think tonight might be. Oh, look at that little celebratory dance. That confirms that he's Asian, everybody. Ladies, I love that you came down here. Thank you so much for making out with my friend. These are the lovely ladies of the Yellow Rose. Wait, are you going in for another one, Hans? This is one of Hans' greatest tricks. He's going in for a second makeout. Little pat on the back there for the road, I guess. A little good luck. Guys, give it up for the Yellow and the Red Rose. I mean, it's unbelievable. Our most loyal fucking local sponsor since day one. God, how hot were those ladies? It's unbelievable. I mean, that place, it's a no-brainer to go there. And I'm sure Hans is going to show up there real soon. Hans, did you have fun tonight? I had a blast. Experiences here on Kill Tony. How do you describe this new life of yours? I would describe it as, like, exhilarating and sexually liberating. Absolutely. I love it. It's wise with his words, but another killer minute. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the show, how about Hans Kim, everybody? And now we go to this fucking, check this shit out. Names, people. Holtzman giving his presents. Oh yeah, Holtzman always brings presents. What did he give Hans? A yellow highlighter and a mask and a Holtzman sticker. And a little microphone keychain. Holtzman's the only guest that ever brings gifts for the Canadians. Very cool. All right, I'm pulling a name out of the bucket. This is where shit gets crazy. I don't know any of these people. Anything can happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 60 seconds uninterrupted and then an interview with Paxton and Schlitz, everyone, or Schiltz. Paxton and Schiltz is the first bucket pull here on Kill Tony, live from Austin, Texas. Where the fuck is Paxton and Schiltz? Here he comes. Okay. Here we go. Oh, no. He was upstairs. Might have a smoker on our hands. All right, here we go. One more time for Paxton Schiltz, everybody. Fuck me. Frustrated. Jesus can help. You guys see no signs? I am super curious. Does that apply to all types of frustration? Like sexual? Like, can I get a fucking handy from the Lord? You know what I'm saying? You know, like, can you imagine the fucking rosary beads on the shaft rolling? Fuck, dude. I'm sure I'd be a lot less frustrated if I could get a little kiss with Ken Top. You know what I'm saying? So I rode here from San Jose, California, Bay Area. Came on a motorcycle, so I had to be pretty judicious with my my packing choices and stuff. I don't know if you guys have heard about a fleshlight. It is one of the most disgusting items that has ever existed, but I did bring it with me. Okay, I guess he's done. Paxton, closing on a setup about a flashlight. Hell yeah, he spent about 45 seconds talking about God during that, which is incredible because it appears to me that he hates you. Grab that microphone, Paxton. I'm going to talk to you here for a little bit. I've always wanted to talk to the son from Pawn Stars, so I'm really excited about that. Always watching you argue with your dad, trying to barter for a better deal, and now I finally get to meet you. Hell yeah. Where'd you say you came from? Canada? What'd you say? San Jose, California. San Jose. How long have you been here in Austin? This is my first time on stage. I got to Austin yesterday. Fuck yeah, man. Welcome, welcome. I love it. How long have you been doing stand-up for? This is your first time ever on any stage? Ever. Wow, I'm gonna hand for Paxton, everybody. Chasing his dreams. Hold on, we wait on the good. Oh, it was a fist bump. Oh, okay. You know, also, I put my name in and got pulled first, so that's pretty fucking. That's destiny. We call it fucking destiny. It reaches out there for the people that need it the most. Because Jesus doesn't love me, right? I love it. You've been in Austin 24 hours. You already got yourself a bolo tie. I made this actually. Wow, you're a little artist? How do you do that? I make jewelry. My dad was a jewelry metal smithing professor. So you really are the Pawn Stars kid, aren't you? Right, yeah. Jesus Christ. I can cast any piece of gold that anyone has. You know what kind of carats you're working with. Oh, shit. Fuck yeah. I like your style, man. What a con artist you must be, huh? I love it. So that's what you've done for a living up until this point? No, it's more like a side hustle kind of thing. I was a carpenter. Wow, that's why you talk about Jesus so much. Yeah. Oh, I know he's got rough hands, so. Absolutely. So what kind of carpentry are you guys? Is that what you're going to do in Austin? No, so the whole inspiration for the trip was I'm on disability. I screwed my back up, so as long as I'm getting money from the government, I'm going to go chase the dream, Okay, hopefully they're not watching this show, but okay. How'd you screw your back up? No particular injuries, so lifelong. Like I played ice hockey and then skateboarding, fell on the train tracks once when I was drunk. I remember you played. You were the goalie in the Mighty Ducks, right? Yeah, it didn't even look like you. I get the goalie from there is the big green guy. It's the average white guy face effect. Absolutely, 100%. How you play to touch your hair while you're here in Austin? No, I was gonna grow it out. I shaved like half of it off right here to be edgy, Yeah, really, we're very edgy. Yeah. It's always great. Super edgy on a super round guy. Nothing better than adding some edges. Yeah, working on it. Take a little bit off this fucking circle. I love it. What do you do for fun, Paxton? What have you been doing? What do you do at nighttime? What's a guy like you? What's the nightlife of Paxton Schultz like? I smoke a lot of weed. Okay. All right. Okay, what else? What do you do after you smoke the weed? Well, in San Jose, I hang out with my friends and, do coke. Oh, okay. All right. Look at that. That's how you hurt your back, leaning over all the time. I love that. It's incredible. How long have you been doing cocaine for? One of the chubbiest cokeheads I've ever seen in my life, by the way. It's incredible. Obviously, you're smoking more weed than cocaine. That's for damn sure. Or he's mixing butter with it or something. Yeah. I did make edibles earlier today. Yeah. Are you sure it's not cake batter you're snorting? I wouldn't be opposed. I bet. I love it. So what do you do after you smoke weed and do cocaine? Then what do? You just sit around with your buddies in like one of the garages or something, drinking fucking PDR or something like that? I mean, in a nutshell, I guess, movies sometimes. Oh, okay. Nothing better than a bunch of blow and watching a movie with pals. You know what I mean? That's what I like to do. If I was a skinny, good-looking guy, I probably have better things to say, So. No, that's not true at all. No, if you had more charisma, you'd have better things to say. It has nothing to do with your weight whatsoever. What's your love life like, Paxton? I'm actually in the middle of getting divorced right now. Oh, shit, okay. All right, how long? Shocker. Shocker. Who would have thought that? Somebody's tired of fucking you like this. I I love it. How long were you with her for?
8 years.
8 years. How old are you?
27.
27. You got married at 19?
No, I've only been married for 3 years, but we were together since I was 19 years.
Oh my God. Wow. What does she do?
She's had a bunch of jobs, mainly in like the social care kind of thing. She's like an adoption coordinator for a while. Special needs adult, maybe? Yeah. I wear a mask most of the time.
I love it. So you're getting this divorce. Are you sad about it at all, or is this like a good thing for you? You're finding freedom.
It's fairly amicable, because I think getting together at 19, we kind of merged into this one kind of amalgam of each other.
Does she smoke and do cocaine and drink?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Hi, honey, I'm home. We're on a holiday.
What's the most interesting thing about your entire life, Paxton? What would we be shocked to find out about you? Any fun? You ever accomplish anything crazy? Ever win an award or anything like that?
I would. You know what that is?
You what?
Worldwide opportunities on organic farms.
What the fuck does that mean exactly? Explain yourself. Nobody knows what that means. In the world, nobody. Even the guy that runs that doesn't know exactly what that means. What is it? Explain it.
So it is just that. It is worldwide opportunities on organic farms.
So what did you do?
I went to Ireland and worked on organic farms, and then I went to the UK also. I spent about 6 months backpacking around Europe on organic farms and stuff.
Wait, what?
Oh, get the shit. Fucking ass.
Do you ever think that walking around the UK for 6 months with a backpack on may have caused some of the back problems that you had?
There's a lot of bad decisions leading up to this point.
Paxton, your first time ever doing stand-up, we popped a lot of cherries here, and you know what? You're gonna get one of the small Kill Tony joke books too. There you go. Congratulations. Welcome. Paxton Schultz became a comedian right in front of your eyes, everybody. He moved here yesterday. How cool is that? And let me tell you something. In San Jose, shows like this are not happening. California is shut down as fuck. Red Band and I fled that scene to be able to come here and do shows like this. To be able to see your beautiful fucking unvaccinated faces. You know what I mean?
I'm vaccinated. There's no trophy case in that motherfucker's house.
Pull another name out of the bucket. Your next comedian goes by the name of Gabs Bigford. I believe it's Gabs, G-A-B-Z Bigford. Am I saying that right? Bad handwriting on this one. We're going to see what happens there. Here he comes. All right. We got it. It's Gabs Bigford.
All right, how y'all doing? Y'all doing well? It's weird, man. I'm from here. I'm from Austin. The influx of people is stressing a lot of people out. A lot of people moving here. My uncle's getting nervous. He thinks he's going to lose his job, man. I was talking to him the other day. He's like, Gabe, these fucking Californians moving here, they're going to steal my job. I was like, Uncle Jeff, I don't think that anyone is moving here from California to drop a forklift, you know? I don't think that anyone's moving from Los Angeles to Leander for landscaping. We're going to be okay. I was watching Family Feud the other day. Family Feud's a weird show. All it is people saying the most sexual answers to the most banal questions. You know? Like I was watching this episode and Steve Harvey was like, name something horse. This lady was like, what? Orange dildo, Steve? What the fuck did you just say? Orange dildo? You didn't go to Orange or Karen first with the dildo? That was the first thing. They should just rename that show so won't even Western Wild will say anything. That's just essentially what it is. All right, that's my time. That's what I want.
Wow, nice. Hell yeah, very aware on his time. You knew that was exactly a minute.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. So your name's Gabe?
Yeah, Gabe, sorry. That's very legible. I made that comment a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Looks like you let D Madness sign your name for you. You seem like a smart guy. Why is your handwriting so bad?
I don't know. Actually, don't they say that people with poor handwriting have hard intelligence? I don't think so, sir.
That's true.
Oh, really?
I'm just saying that this seems smart. Yeah, right here.
Smart guy usually has like the messy room, and you know, like almost a hoarder.
You just explained my life, man.
It's just a shame.
I wish I could tell my mom that.
You live with your parents still?
Oh, yes, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20?
Yeah.
I love it. 20 years old. You were born and raised here in Austin. You do, yeah. You have the big black X on your hand.
Yeah. I'm not in a hardcore band. I just can't drink yet.
Fuck yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah, some hardcore bands.
Can we see what you look like without the glasses just for a second? Oh, look at that. Wow. And it's a whole different vibe. You ever think about getting surgery or contacts or something?
No, I don't want to dig my finger in my eye.
Good shape.
No, thanks. Like I said.
Hell yeah. Obviously, you don't want to dig your finger into a pussy either. So you're not getting laid. You're not getting laid wearing those glasses, my friend. What's your love life like? Have you brought a girl back to your parents' place yet?
No, it's just the car.
The car? What kind of car do you have?
2015 Hyundai Elantra.
A Hyundai Elantra.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Much like the glasses, it's holding you back. Hey, can you just turn around? I just want to see the back. Very good. Real good shape. Yeah, those are fucking loose and baggy jeans you got on, Gabe. You let your mom pick that? Does your mom pick out your clothes for you?
No, she picked the high water one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, when's the last time you got laid in this Elantra of yours? Have you had sex or just a little bit of a? You seem like the kind of guy. You seem like the kind of guy that'll comment and grab a girl's butt.
Fuck, last time I had sex in my Elantra, shit, that's like a month ago.
Oh, okay. Who was this girl?
Girl.
Yeah, where'd you meet her at?
I just met her. I'm from here, so this is nerve-wracking, all right?
Your parents watch the show or something? What are you so nervous about?
Well, it's
Okay, all right. That makes it weird when you say it like that.
Fuck, my bad.
That makes it weird. You're not in a relationship right now?
No, sir, I'm not. My bad.
So who was this girl? Where'd you meet this girl at?
We were just, I just knew her from school, and, I ran into her at a gas station. You know how it goes.
Okay.
Not at the gas station. I don't know if I made that clear, but somewhere else.
You met her at the gas station?
Oh, no, it was just like a serendipitous thing. Like, I was like, hey, what's up, hey, man? Got to talking.
Okay. All right. My truck has a campus show.
Oh, shit. No, yeah. Good.
I love it. So, Gabe, you're 20 years old. How do you make money?
I used to work at an Amazon warehouse until recently. Now I just do DoorDash.
Now you what?
I DoorDash.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Absolutely. So you do everything in that Elantra. You make love. You make money.
Multi-purpose vehicle, man. Multi-purpose vehicle.
Love it. And how long you been on stand-up?
This is month number 2. Yeah, 2 months.
Month number 2.
Yeah.
Okay. How's it been going for you? You like it?
Yeah, it's really fun. I like doing it.
I love it. What else do you do? Like what else? Anything else artistic or for fun?
I watch a lot of movies and do a bunch of books.
Okay. So what? Other than watching movies and reading books, like you do anything like you ever go out with your buddies or do anything?
No, not really. We'll go home about it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You TikTok?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
What, you live with your mom and your dad or just your mom?
My mom and my dad.
Okay, what do they do?
My dad is a financial advisor. My mom, she's a teaching assistant at a preschool.
Okay. All right. Is your mom hot?
I plead the fifth, man.
I think that means she is, yeah. Do your friends tell you that your mom's hot?
No.
Never? They never mention that once? They're never like, dude, Gabe, your mom's hot?
No, never. I just respect my mom.
Dad, like,
My dad? I've been told he looks a lot like me, so.
Gabe, what's the craziest? What would be shocked to find out about you? You ever commit a crime or anything like that? No, you don't have to do that. These people that I pull out of the bucket are very easily distracted, Brian. It doesn't really work that great for podcasting.
The craziest thing I've ever done?
Yeah, like something we'd be surprised to know about you. You seem like, this is like the Clark Kent version of Clark Kent. Like,
Oh, yeah.
like it's like you're like if Clark Kent was Superman, but like you're like that Clark Kent, like the boring version.
Yeah, I what's the haunted? He has like a heckle mic at the Roma room, and I think he called me. He said I look like discount quartet or something like that.
Okay. I like my version better, but I'm gonna stick with the question here. What would we be shocked to find out about you? What's something that doesn't match your look? Like,
I'm very boring. I don't know. I'm half Brazilian. I don't know if that's interesting.
Let me ask you this: have you ever gotten in? You've lived with your parents now for 20 years. Have you ever gotten in? What's the most trouble you've ever gotten in at home?
Oh shit.
Come on, you know what it is.
I don't know. Like sneaking girls and stuff.
You did? You snuck a girl in? Oh, like I'm supposed to know that game? Are you fucking multiple? What am I, a pussy? Where do you sneak? You sneak it through a window, a back door? What's the
door? The door.
Front door?
No, the back.
The back door. Okay, yeah. You like that fucking butthole, dude. I like that. Have you had butt sex yet with a girl?
No.
Have you done anything with a butthole ever? Or a pinky finger, an index finger, anything?
No.
A tongue? You ever? You eat girls out when you hang out with them? Oh yeah.
Oh, you do, huh? Yes, sir.
But a finger's never grazed the butthole or anything like that?
I don't know. I guess it's just interesting to me. I don't know.
This is a question I've never asked in 8 years of doing this show, but what's the most fingers you've ever put inside of a girl?
Oh, this is actually a pretty perfect question.
I was gonna say, I feel like if anybody knows the answer to this, it's you.
I feel like I don't know, like the most I've ever done, like I don't know, 3. Yeah.
Wow. 3, the old Temple of Doom over here. The old fucking Illuminati sign right there. It always creates a triangle. I love it. You fucking remember exactly. Why did you say it's pretty pertinent? Like you got excited when I asked.
I was having a conversation with my friend the other day.
Yeah, what was the conversation?
We were just talking about like the optimal number, really.
We really optimal number. Yeah. I love that he's such a still like he's a young kid with his parents, and him and his buddy are like, yeah, more fingers the better, dude. They must love that shit, dude. I bet they'll really love it if you put 4 in there.
Yeah.
Have you ever done the hitchhiker thing?
She's blowing my mind. What is that?
Oh my god. Anything's gonna blow this guy's mind. The hitchhiker. Hey, do you have any special tricks that you do in the bedroom?
No, just show up, man.
Come on. Show up. Oh, don't do that. Don't ask for more, you son of a bitch. Come on, there must be something. You ever have anything crazy happen in the bedroom, or as you call it, the Elantra?
I call it the backseat. I don't know, man.
Come on, something you ever come really quickly? You seem like you would blast off in a heartbeat. I mean, like...
yeah, I mean... That was an accurate, like, guess. That's probably it. That's probably the most interesting thing. Just, you know what I mean? Just said, sorry.
Yeah. Quick to apologize, right?
Yep, that's it.
Do you recover quickly? Are you ready to go another round after that? Because you also seem like the kind of guy that could probably come like 6 times in an hour.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry, but guess what? I'm still hard, so...
Yeah, I have a
Tell us about that.
What's up?
Tell us about that.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
It's so weird.
Fuck. I disagree with you, Mr. Tony. I agree with what you said. What was the question? I'm getting so distracted.
Do you ever feel that thing in the girl that feels like cauliflower? Stop it, Red Man. Red Man, that's enough, Red Man. Gabe, did you have fun up here tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations. Gabe Bickford, everybody. Hey, Gabe, get over here. You get a big joke book thanks to Bonsai. A mask, a small keychain, a highlighter, and a Brian Holtzman sticker. Hey, don't you want a delicious Crown Royal? You know what? I do. How about a hand for the amazing staff here at Vulcan? I'm going to have a Crown Royal and Coca-Cola. Use that canned Coke for me if you got one back there, please, for the love of God. I mean, the drinks here are amazing. I love this place. You guys having fun out there? All right, back to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is Zach Gallman. Zach Gallman is next on Kill Tony. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. That's a nice shirt he's wearing.
Hey guys, I did the gayest thing I've ever done in my life last week. I fucked a girl named Brett. It doesn't sound that bad until you start going, oh, Brett, I love the way you suck my dick. I want to come over your face, Brett. I want to go back in time. I want to find the guy who coined the phrase beggars can't be choosers. Michelle Bumble. Don't get me wrong, I'm one of those beggars. So, speaking of that, I jerk off a lot. Anybody here ever heard of jerk off encouragement? Alright, so it is. It's a porn you watch where the girl pretends that she's into watching you stroke her dick. She's not. But I found out completely on accident the other day that I was into this, which I guess happens with most fetishes, but there's not a definitive moment where I found out that I like watching a girl take 2 dicks in her ass. I was jerking off and I heard the girl outside playing with her dog. She said, come boy, come. I did.
Absolutely. Zach Gallman, welcome to the show. Representing rocking the dead air of Brian Holtz. What are the odds of that? Were you wearing that here tonight regardless?
I'm one of the doormen.
Oh, you're a doorman here.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Okay. Awesome. How long have you worked here?
2.5, 3 weeks. I just moved down about 30 minutes.
Oh, sweet.
From Columbus.
From Columbus, Ohio. Fuck yeah. Look at that. Welcome. Are you already in love with Austin?
Besides the driving, yeah, this is the worst shot I've ever seen in my life.
The worst driving, yeah, it really is.
Traffic?
It really
No,
is.
just driving.
Oh, yeah, that driving. Yeah, it really is. It's absolutely horrible, and that's just
But
it really is crazy. I've talked about it a few times since we moved here. It is nuts, but they don't like to hear about it. All of them are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get out of here. It's a fucking demolition.
I think I've seen anybody take less than 5 seconds to make a right turn.
Yeah, crazy. On a green arrow, by the way. It literally happened today. I love it. So, what were you doing in Columbus, Ohio for a living? Were you a door guy there?
No, I was a strength coach.
A strength coach? Wow, how strong are you?
Strong.
Really?
Internationally, we're strong, man.
You know, and how many times do you think you could lift a little person up in the air? Tony, you want to come down here for us? Come on down. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the general manager of the Yellow Road. Tony, everybody. Maybe do that one. Yeah. That one. Here he is, everybody. It's Cody. Cody's the man. Cody, face the audience, and you lift him up like that, okay? You want to do one arm? He's a strength coach, Cody. I would trust him. Cody's a little bit. Wait, not like that. Not like that. No, Cody refuses. You got to go like that. Yeah. Yeah. 2, 3. By the way, Cody has a very low center of gravity. Everybody that we've ever had try to lift Cody, they think it's going to be a fucking walk in the park, and then I just watched the vein explode on the top of your head. He's heavier than he looks. That's Hold on, wait. Put the microphone in front of him. Okay, so I had to skip last week because we did this. I had to run some ass. Cody's the motherfucking man. Look at you dressed in the fucking nines. I love it. I I love it. Boltzmann loves his haircut. Absolutely. It's easy to see. That's for sure. Yeah, that is an actual Cody-sized microphone I gave him.
That's actually a normal size microphone.
Everyone else, it's a miniature keychain. On him, it looks like the Bob Barker microphone. It's fucking huge. I love it. Cody, how have things been down at the Yellow Rose?
Busy as always. Can't complain. Besides the COVID stuff, but we're all living in it.
Hell yeah. Not only do you not have to wear a mask at the Yellow Rose, you don't even have to wear pants at the Yellow Rose. Just kidding.
No comment.
Yeah. Anything crazy happened with any of the girls since the last time we saw you? Any drama or anything fun or anything crazy?
Not really. But I mean, I'm waiting on Husky to come. If he comes to see me, who knows?
Husky?
Husky.
Oh, Husky, absolutely, yeah.
That's a game changer right there. Somebody got in trouble for touching something they shouldn't touch. I see his Volkswagen man in the back. I love it. And those two girls that were up earlier, they work at the Yellow Rose.
So they're under your tutelage, right? They're fucking
Something like that.
you're the boss.
One of them.
Yeah. Hell yeah. You had to fire strippers before?
All the time.
Yeah. How does that go? Pretend like I'm a stripper and fire me. Tony, look, I promise you the yeast infection will be gone by next week.
I mean, it usually don't work like that. I just got to go to action. I mean, that's where it goes. You know, like it all depends on what you do. You know, how much you
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd be surprised, like you see. Cock block? You wouldn't cock block a customer, would you? Getting the hand job at the Yellow Rose. I don't want you taking in the curtain. No, that's that. We don't see that. Let us finish the hand job, bro.
That's how he got the job at GM. When the guys get out of control, I mean, when these guys get horny, you know what I mean? That's why they send him in. He's the fucking top boner killer in all of Austin, Texas.
It's nothing like that. I'm a cock blocker. It's nothing like that.
This guy will get you soft in a heartbeat. This motherfucker is coming up here. Hey, what are you doing? Cody, you're the fucking man. We love your spirit. Yellow Rose, Red Rose, as you know, is one of the backbones to the show. Hell yeah. Thank you, Cody. Come on, make some noise for fucking Cody, everybody. It's just the best goddamn rodeo we have going on here in Austin, Texas. Phil Tony. So Zach Golden, what else do you do? What do you do for fun?
So the last 12 years, I was a highly competitive strongman. Competed internationally. I was a national champion 2 years ago. And I'm also a writer for some Google websites.
By the way, that is how heavy he actually is. What this guy lacks is height, he makes up for it in straight up weight. You're a professional, a national competitor, and you can only lift him 6 times. It happened like a few weeks ago. We had David Lucas try to lift him. He's like, fuck this shit. I got this shit. He made it like up to his stomach and dropped it like a bowling ball. It was incredible. Zach, that's so interesting. Do strongmen, do you strongmen have special moves in the bedroom? Like, do you do things with girls, like you did murder, throw them around? Yeah, it's really domestic violence.
It's really just open their legs and put it around my hips.
Say that again?
But on top of their hips aren't wide enough. I have wide hips, so I get a lot of complaints from the hips hurt afterwards. Not complaints, but their hips hurt.
Okay. Alright. Not neglect the balls. Have you ever used your strength? Have you ever used your strength to save anyone's life or anything like that? Has it ever come in handy and
Not my strength, but I was a medic in the Army.
Oh wow, where'd you serve at?
I was stationed at Fort Bragg in Iraq.
Iraq in 03 and 04, an American here.
Service. I give you service.
A real Buckeye, a real fucking American hero. Is Ohio where you were born and raised?
No, I grew up in New Jersey, but after the Army, a lot of my friends were from Ohio in the Army, so I went to have some.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. I love it, man. Go Buckeyes. And that's our fight song. It's the great state of Ohio. I knew you Texans don't know anything about Ohio State or winning in college football, so I have to explain these things to you sometimes, you sons of fucking bitches. Hang 'em horns. Hang 'em horns. Yeah, you guys go do your thing, right? Isn't that it? I'm gonna give you a big joke, but thanks so much for coming by. That's Zach Allman, everybody. All right, it's time to do something special. You guys want something special? This is another one of the regulars here at Kilsoni. I think here at Kilsoni, being a regular on this show, I like to believe it's like the new SNL. I mean, these are the monsters of the future being molded here. You saw Hans Kim earlier. He's the newest one. This guy's been around for a couple of years. He's one of your favorites. Famous for his incredible joke writing and unbelievable roast skills. This is David Lucas, everybody.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? What's up? I might be weird because I like my pussy to have a little odor when I eat it. I don't like girls that come to my bed smelling like flowers and all that fantasy bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your pussy is clean, go run some stairs, then let me eat it. I got a pretty, I got to keep a lot of Tony dicks. Like, my dick respects any pronoun that you go by as long as you got factory parts. I ain't trying to fuck no bitch with no aftermarket body kit. You know? Factory parts on.
The great David Lucas, everybody. The one and the only. Absolute monster. Been out headlining all over the road, selling fucking hard tickets. I love it.
Yeah.
How's it going, David? How are you tonight?
I'm there, bro. You look like a gay Johnny Depp.
Oh, come on. Come on. Did you give him that?
They were trying to figure out what the fuck you look like all day.
You son of a bitch.
You look like you're about to get me too about some booty cheeks.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy.
Hell yeah, bro.
I love it. Is that Dennis Rodman on your shirt?
Yup.
You're fast. I got a $12,000 residual check from writing on the Comedy Central roast today. And you know what? I'm taking the day off. You know what I'm saying? I'm deciding to enjoy it. I got fucking James Franco roast money today.
Goddamn, boy.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? No, it's a residual. It's a thing. Yeah, that roast was 5 years ago. Speaking of a guy that thinks about roasts from 5 years ago, how are you, David?
Take the day off my ass.
Yeah, goddamn right. I might be dressed for the ranch, but you're dressed for blue cheese. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You from the land down under. We ain't talking about Australia, motherfucker. Fucking kangaroo herder.
Your fucking blood sugars from the land down under.
You got that brown bandana because that's the color of your sheets after your fuck.
The only sheets you fuck on are sheets of American cheese. Crap singles.
You look like you let your boyfriend put cigarettes out on your ass cheek.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Not an ashtray, an ashtray.
Okay. Okay. Sons of bitch.
Goddamn right. What else you got? Let's go.
Unbelievable. I've never seen Dennis Rodman look more disappointed in my life than right now on that shirt.
I can only imagine how Clint Eastwood feel with that bullshit.
Did I mention how fat you are yet? I don't think any of that.
Only reason you want to get shot in the ass is so you can lay on your stomach.
Why would I want to get shot in my ass?
Like Forrest Gump, right?
Oh, okay.
You know, like something you got up your big feet.
You watched Forrest Gump? I thought you'd turn it off at the part where he starts running. Yeah, like, this is unbelievable. I can't. It's fiction.
If you were in Forrest Gump, they'd call it Forrest Hump.
Love it.
You just go around humping everybody.
I love it. We could remake it. You'd be like Bubba if he only ate the shrimp that he. Grilled shrimp, boiled shrimp, royal shrimp, shrimp cocktail, shrimp cowboy.
Goddamn, you Jenny daddy.
Wait, I don't even know what the fuck that means. What is that?
Another Forrest Gump rapper.
Oh,
Jenny
okay.
daddy.
Okay. All right.
Sometimes Jenny's daddy got a little too friendly and was touching on her.
Hey, I'll take that roast joke. At least I'm straight in that roast joke. Even though I'm a pedophile, I'll take it. I love it. I mean, look at you. Look how big you are at the top and small at the bottom. You're built like a Miami apartment building. I love this. Incredible. You're about to topple over.
You built like a tampon.
That is not. I do not even have a string coming out of my head.
They're going to string right there, right?
I love it. David, what else has been going on in life?
We've been doing a lot of fishing, man, with my buddy Nate. We've been bass fishing out here in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, somewhere.
You go out on a boat and you do that?
I go out on whatever catch the fish.
Wow, you can go out on a boat and you end up fucking knee-high just fly fishing. Wow, that shit sinks.
Red man got something to say to him, say.
No, he didn't go on that boat. He went out in submarine.
Only submarine you want is a sandwich.
I don't know why you do this to yourself. I'm trying to give it to you. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. Yeah, I have a nice turkey with some vegetables. It's actually healthy. It's only 6 Weight Watcher points.
Red man,
Submarine sandwich.
Red man dressed like he going to a redneck gender reveal.
Holy shit, wait a second. Is that a necklace you have on that fucking sick neck of yours? Look at that thing. Oh my god, you're wearing a fucking choker over here. Oh my god. Look at that thing. If you laugh too hard, that's gonna pop everywhere. Look at that fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Can you breathe with that fucking thing on?
Straight.
Oh god. I don't think I would describe you as round, not straight, but when did you get that necklace? That's new, huh?
Shit, I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I got it.
Love it. That is a fucking tight jeans. Look at that.
I'll let you borrow.
Wait, that pop off one of the bicycles you tried to ride? Isn't that uncomfortable though? It really does look like it's joking.
No, I'm good, bro. Fashion.
It looks tight. That's the game.
You know about I'm tight, don't you?
Yeah, I'm getting an Asian girl.
No. This one. Sorry, that was not.
You're talking about being booty holes or something? Okay, yeah, exactly.
You know about tight. Yo, when you fart, it sounds like a dog whistle.
It does. It does. Actually, I'm such a tiny bucket. When I fart, it doesn't even make a noise. It's super silent. It's embarrassing. My farts are more silent than Kamala Harris on the border situation. Those of you wondering. Complete silence. Complete silence. Meanwhile, the Rio Grande River looks like fucking Martin Springs on a Saturday afternoon. It's an immigration joke.
No, that's.
David, you are unbelievably talented. Every single week we go back and forth, and you're a fucking monster. We love you so much. Be sure to check him out when he's in town. He's doing shows everywhere, headlining all around the world. There goes David Lucas. All right, back to the bucket we go. You guys having fun out there tonight, huh? Sweet. All right, CJ Landry is next. CJ Landry. Live. Yo, Tony Austin. We knew CJ. He's from Los Angeles. Here he is. Come on, make some noise for the great CJ Landry.
How y'all feeling tonight, huh? Feeling good? Yeah, man, I'm happy to be here, dude. I'm happy to be here. I moved cross country recently, and you learn a lot about stuff when you make a big move like that. You know, like I didn't realize how broke I was until I tried to fit everything I owned in the back of my Honda Civic, and it all fits. I was like, God damn, I should be able to move my seat back right now. You know what I mean? This is bad. I'm tired of looking broke too, man. Every time I walk into a restaurant, they immediately assume I work for DoorDash. Which I mean I do, but I'm like, God damn, like, how are they guessing this shit so fast, dude? This is insulting. I'm on a date. This is bad. I was doing everything for money last year. I was living in Los Angeles. I was actually Ubering during the pandemic. I was Ubering during the protests. I was Ubering people to the protests. Yeah, they were like putting their signs up in the back of my car and shit. This one girl got in my car and she goes, "This country needs to fucking burn. This is the start of a revolution." I'm like, taking an Uber to the revolution. How you gonna use my broke ass to get to the revolution? Like, thank you.
CJ Landry. This guy's a real fucking comedian. We know CJ from Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I see this guy all over the road when I'm out there.
That's right. The last time I saw you was in Miami. We were out there together.
Yeah.
Palm Beach.
What's the name of your crew again? You guys have
Yeah, Dope City Comedy Tour.
Dope
Yeah.
City Comedy Tour. And let me tell you something. You guys were really doing it out there.
Yeah, we really were, man. It was nuts. Yeah, we were mostly Arizona, Florida, and Texas, but that's pretty much the only ones that were open. But
Let me tell you guys something. A lot of comedians, if you know any comedians that like were into not doing shows during this or saying that, you know, doing shows is wrong because fucking, you know, you shouldn't have people gathered in a place, those comedians suck. And 100% of the time, they cannot sell tickets to a show. So they're rationalizing they're not working on a fucking global pandemic. Oh yeah, D-Man is going to take a hot piss right now, everybody. I love it. He's about to... No D-Madness. This is the bucket with the names in it. Don't pee in there. So CJ, tell us about since you've been on the show back in Los Angeles. You haven't been on since then. It's been years since we've seen you.
yeah, it's been a couple years.
Tell us, catch us up on anything interesting about
Yeah, well, last time I was on, I was talking about how I was a sperm donor, which is true. I was a sperm donor. Pretty tough process I had to do. I did that before Corona, and then I was working at that studio out there in LA, and then that closed down during COVID, and then moved back to Louisiana, back home for a little bit, and then when I hit the road, once like other clubs started opening up, I just started getting out there. But yeah, man, LA was rough during the pandemic. I just tried to live here. I was like Ubering for rent and everything.
Do you live out here now?
Yeah, living out here now. Just moved out here last week.
Yeah, CJ. What do you love about Austin? Do you fall in love with anything yet?
Not really, dude. I don't really like this place. To be honest with you,
What do you not like about it?
it's moving here.
It's pretty everything to say, but we'll follow through.
We're really survived it, though. People are cheering for a little bit.
Try to rebuild momentum. What do you not like about it?
I think mostly just, I think it's just so food based. I don't think there's much else to do. I like the nature though. That's one thing. I do like the nature here. It's kind of packed though. Like you can't really go to it because there's just like no parking.
There's a lot of places you haven't seen.
That's true. I did just move here, so maybe I'm just.
What area did you move to?
I'm living in like I'm staying at a friend's house, Barton Hills. It's in Barton Hills.
Oh, Barton Hills. Yeah, I know that.
It's pretty nice by Zelker. I don't know. All right.
Yeah. That's a pretty nice area, though, right?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, it's not my place. I'm just staying at a friend's place. I'm trying to find my own place right now. But
you have some money saved up or whatever?
Yeah, I'm trying to save up some more money. I think, do some editing gigs whenever I'm out on the road and shit. So I'm just editing them for comics and shit like that.
All right. Anything crazy when you guys were out on the road?
Oh man, a lot of shit, dude. I mean, it's like it kind of all blends together. It's pretty nuts. But we went to this one lady's place. She was supposed to give us cocaine, right? And yeah, she ended up like having her kids there, which we did not expect.
Oh shit, that's always weird doing blow off of Power Wheels and shit like that.
Yeah. It was just some lady in the show, and she's like, "Yeah, I got DMT too. If y'all want to do DMT," and so I fucking tried DMT, and I ended up like falling asleep on her kids' laundry. It was pretty, yeah, it was pretty weird. I woke up and just like on like Spider-Man underwear. It was just like, it was a bad night, you know.
Did she make you breakfast like Cheerios and applesauce?
Dude, it was insane. They had one guy in the other room. He was like breaking down crack to cocaine. It was I don't know, dude. Apparently you can do that. Apparently you can break it down. So,
I'll tell you what, CJ, you absolutely killed tonight.
Thank you.
Even though I knew you probably don't need it, I'm going to give you a big Kill Tony joke book. Look how fucking cool that is. Hey, CJ, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday if you can. Look at that. Just got another gig out of it. Now he's got a fucking real stand-up comedy gig on Thursday. The type of magic that happens here on Kill Tony. How about one more time for real comedian CJ Landry, everybody? Way to go, CJ. Way to go, buddy. Every once in a while, a real fucking comedy veteran will just come in and flex for a minute. All right. Your next comedian is Joe McNamara.
What up, big dog?
Let's see what happens next.
What'd you say?
Did you get my voice message yesterday on Discord?
No, I didn't. Don't send me a voice message. Type it out. What's up?
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I'm looking for that shotgun. It hasn't started yet. I want to come back from home. When they ask the shotgun thing, waiting for it to start.
Okay, didn't it already start or no?
Yeah, I started.
Okay, cool.
I come back home and I was saying, waiting for a game to start.
Okay, cool.
Last night, beautiful woman in my bedroom. As soon as things get sexual,
I got my young girl. I'm Boston. My favorite team on.
Okay.
The Boston Celtics.
There you go, big dog.
I called my uncle because he's the best
Okay,
person.
the club game ended. I think this is what the club game was. Let me see. One minute. We go on my AFC.
Joe McNamara, welcome to the show. Joe, this is your first time here, right? First time. How long you been on stand-up for? About 5 months now. Okay. Awesome. How long has it been since you
Celtics are winning.
There you go, big man.
Well, I think I on 4.
They're good, dude.
This is a big team.
Wait, I remember.
What's that?
You want to be a dentist. You're from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh. Yeah, I swear, by your the face is way down.
You got me there.
I love it. What do you get your PhD in?
This is my club's been going.
Spell test?
I don't see my Cubs yet.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm asking in real life. Oh, PhD.
The
Oh,
Bulls,
what do you do?
the Chicago Bulls.
Cybersecurity remotely.
Wow, that doesn't seem secure.
They've already played.
Okay.
My Cubs got eight.
They sent me to Vegas.
Diamondbacks got 16. So my Cubs lost.
Okay.
My Celtics are winning.
Well, that's good.
Bad guy from Karate Kid. Yeah.
But my Cubs, look like the Cubs goes up same.
Yeah, that one that does better.
There you go.
Yeah. How about you? Do you
I mean, everybody was upset. It's sad that the Cubs lost.
Yeah.
I know you're probably gonna ask.
What is it?
I've never shared, but I figured this would be a great time to if I ever go on stage.
I'm
Actually,
not a little bit upset
Cooper Skates.
because I still got games. They like the Disney guys.
Okay.
I feel like David Lucas got the best of me earlier.
But yeah, my Celtics.
I'm overcompensating right now.
Yeah,
You're just
violation
making fun of. Very rarely do we have like
on the
real
Warriors.
Nazis up here. You know what I mean? Like,
But means my
a
Celtics
lot of people saw.
get more points.
Fucking awesome.
There you go.
that's fair. Hey man, the Holocaust was like
I'm so happy for the Celtics.
That's great to hear.
Gotcha. Okay, Joe. What was the fun fact you were gonna say earlier?
I'm sorry if I'm bothering you while you were with your really one.
You're good. You're good, big guy.
Go ahead.
You're good.
I'm just trying to keep all the lights in there.
What do you mean?
So on, wake out.
Don't do that.
Excellent. I'm ready for tomorrow, big man.
Tell us an actual fun fact about you now that.
You care if I bring my American flag one in here?
Absolutely. Please do.
Talents or anything?
I used to be quite
So I was going to be talking to instruments.
Okay.
Also, I graduated from college.
Oh, hey, you know what Easter is?
No, what's that, big man?
Just hitting random fucking buttons over
I'm
here.
talking about Easter, talking to Easter blade.
Graduated college
Oh, okay.
back in December, so
Where at?
San Marcos.
I'm talking about Easter. Easter Day.
Okay. Wait. Which one are you talking about?
Use that for anything?
My American flag?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that
Better not expect that.
I like that one.
Jesus was king. Well, come in here, share the screen, and track the Easter blade.
Don't do that one. And the reason why I say that, not that it's not fine for you, but there may be other people who don't have that belief. So, if anything, you can certainly have it, but leave that one out of this VC. You can certainly have it in the Discord, but I don't want people thinking that that's what we're talking about in here. We talk about all kinds of stuff, but a lot of people who are in here do not have that same belief. You're fine to have it yourself, but I just want to make you aware of that, okay?
I'm sorry to make you mad at me.
No worries at all. I'm happy that you have a belief, and I'm happy that's what you believe, if that's what you believe. But I just want you to know that I got a lot of people in here. I get Muslim people in here. I get secular people in here. And I just want you to be aware that, like, not everybody, like, will know what that means. But in your case, I want you to bring in the American flag. I know you're a proud patriot. And, yeah, I love having you in here, man.
I'm probably waving up there. I'm license the USA.
Yeah, that's right. I love it, man. That's great.
Hey, I'm doing that for Trump.
There you go, big man.
For what he's done in this country.
There you go, big man.
I like Trump. I like Joe Biden, but I like Trump. That's gonna bring. Actually, if I can bring up American flag one, my American flag is right here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Bring it in.
You see my other one down in the VCs? And they're doing straight to join.
Yeah, I do see that.
That's I'll put let's go play FJB. I lay down in there because I don't want anybody to talk about. I said, well, put it down there here. And had his mic open.
Okay, big man.
Oh, brother John.
What's the score of the game?
What's the score of the game?
Yes, sir.
I'm of the Boston Celtics.
Yes.
Let me check.
Okie doke.
Right now they're on commercial. Right now they're on commercial.
Oh, okay. So we'll know pretty soon.
I'm thinking halftime.
Oh, okay.
Let me check.
All right.
My yeah. Take it down. Yes. It's a turnover.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good game.
Here. Wait. The turnover against. I think it's the. I think the Celtics are turnover.
Okay.
The Warriors turnover.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that. So I guess I'm taking it back.
Okay.
God bless you, man.
You as well, my friend.
I'll see you when I get on show.
Absolutely.
Bye. Get me a.
What do you think about this guy? Brian Holtzman's the first time we've had Joe McNamara on the show. What do you think about this guy?
Joe, are they real blue eyes? No, I wear blue contacts simply for the German Jewish joke. So yeah, they're really just fucking with me. Yeah, I am Mr. Brian Holtzman.
Do you keep anything in that cute little Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles front pocket you got there in your t-shirt?
No. I got this shirt yesterday though at the Austin T-shirt convention. So
There was a t-shirt convention?
yeah,
Damn.
yeah, it was like the old. I'm not good at wearing clothes, but my roommate's really good at it. And we went to the T-shirt convention. I'm just not. I'm not a stylish dude.
What's your tattoo on the inside of your arm there?
Paw print of my dog Pippi.
Oh, Pippi.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Just when I think you can't get any whiter, you got that Turns out you have a dog named Kitty, everybody.
I have a tattoo of my LinkedIn URL on this side.
Is that
Like,
true?
No.
Another
I
one
was just trying to wipe it up.
Another one of those wacky jokes. How long have you had your dog's paw print on your inner arm?
I have a joke about it, but I'm going to tell the total regular story.
Okay,
He was an awesome dog. I was in a tough spot, had the dog. I'm like, man, I'm going to get a tattoo of his paw print. I did. It was
Did the dog pass away?
No, he didn't. He's 2 years old. He's the fucking shit.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is wrong with you?
How else am I supposed to keep living? I mean, come on now.
When did you get the tattoo?
I want to say about a year ago. Yeah, pretty much a year ago.
What kind of dog is it?
Like half husky, half lab. I really couldn't tell you. He fell into my hands on accident.
How did he fall in your hands on accident?
So that's not the literal terminology of what happened.
Right.
I was originally getting the dog for a friend. I fell in love with it, and it was a rescue dog. My aunt was a vet. There was like 10 puppies. It was malnourished.
Your aunt was a vet?
Veterinarian.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying my best here.
I'm awake.
Trying my best. So you were going to get the dog to a friend, and you decided to keep it.
Yes.
And now you still have it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It lives with you?
Absolutely.
You and your roommate?
Yeah, I've done stand-up comedy with it at Tilford Park.
Okay.
Yeah.
You brought
Skins in.
Oh, wow. Did Hans try to eat Pitty? He said he loved the dog.
No, I put some of that off spray on him so Hans wouldn't get tempted.
That's how it works. Hans is a giant bug.
Yeah. Play it safe. I got a tattoo. I love that.
Joe, fun times. You get a little joke book, take it with
Oh,
you.
okay.
Take a while. Use a spell, turn it into a bigger joke book. There goes Joe McNamara, everybody. He's Joe Knows 97 on Instagram. Come back. You got a Sharpie and a sticker. Come on, guys. Make some noise for Joe, everybody. Or if you want, you can boo Joe. If you didn't like him, you can boo him. Wow, one guy. Look at that guy's angry. Who was that? He's a good guy, yeah? All right. How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Wow, that's very unanimous. Wow, you must have loved that guy. Yeah. Your next comedian is Rothschild Dos Santos. Rothschild. From that ledge, step back from that ledge, step back, my friend. Step back from that ledge. Hell yeah. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Rothschild Dos Santos.
Yeah, feels good here. I'm a Rothschild Dos Santos, your favorite Brazilian comedian. Your budget tonight. We Brazilians, we love soccer, right? We lost the World Cup 7-1 to Germany. Guys, that was our 9/11. There was 58,000 people in the stadium. Put in Germany, always killing dreams. I still like soccer though. I like women's soccer. Have you guys seen how the goalie stuck the shot on her chest? She's so excited about it. The crowd will play it for her. I tried to stop my wife chest before. She wasn't very excited about it. There was no crowd going crazy for her. You guys look solid here, man. You guys look solid. Thank you. My name is Roger Dos Santos.
Rothschild Dos Santos. Fuck yeah. What fun set. Is that true? Did Germany really beat Brazil in soccer?
Yeah,
That's unbelievable.
7-1.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Germany, great sports. They never run out of gas. Roger Lamb, welcome back. You've been on this show once before, right?
Yeah, I've been here before and you make fun of me.
What did I say about you? What could I possibly have said about a guy as perfect as you?
You said something about my English,
Yeah, what did I say?
and because of that, I got a lot of Rosetta Stone links.
Okay, I love it. It is true. Your English is shakier than Michael J. Fox.
Oh, love it. I love your head. I love it. So good.
Oh, that's great, Red Man.
You have it.
I love it. What do you do for work, Rothschild?
I'm a network engineer.
A network engineer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You like your job?
Yeah, I enjoy my job.
You wear a hard hat?
Network engineer is like deep, right? Cybersecurity. And
Okay. You know the last guy? He's not your boss, is he?
no.
Okay, good.
No.
You beat the shit out of him, wouldn't you? You're Brazilian. You know jujitsu. You know jujitsu?
Yeah, I know you did this shit.
Hell yeah. You do? You ever choke out a midget before? You want to tonight? I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Cody.
I was about to say that.
I love that. By the way, there's nothing cooler than doing a joke about Cody and then you look up and you just see the world's tiniest thumb sticking out. It's like, it's all good, man. It's all good. I love you.
It's funny because I was thinking, like, if he got me here and he's going to ask me if I can, lift the guy. He said, no, I cannot lift him. I can chuck the shit out of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You do anything musically? You play any instruments?
No, but last time I was here, I told about poetry. He said, poetry? I can tell you poetry.
You have a poem?
Yeah.
How many of you want to hear a poem in half English right now, huh? How many of you love barely understanding poems, huh? All right, then this is a poem from Rothschild dos Santos.
You got some music?
You want some poetry music? You guys have any artsy shit? Oh yeah, the Kill Tony band knows what's up. Screwball peanut butter whiskey.
If it's Monday, you're lonely. Tune up at 7 and watch Kill Tony. This motherfucker is funny. That's it. Hey.
We could have gone back and forth there for a while. Oh, is that a thing that they do in poetry? I didn't even know about that. Yeah, right? That's a fucking new thing. Cody's up there doing it, not making any noise.
The dogs are barking.
I love it.
You like it?
I loved it, Roger. I loved it. This motherfucker, you could have said something money there at the end if you wanted to rhyme it. Lives his dreams to make his money.
Next time, though.
Next time. Yeah, I like to punch things up.
Yeah.
I love it. Roger Lim, you married?
Yeah, I'm married.
Okay, she's Brazilian as well?
No, she's American. She's a white lady.
She's a white lady?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she fun? Do you like her?
Yeah, I love her.
How long have you been married for?
We've been together for almost 10 years.
10 years. Wow. How do you keep things? Sure, okay. Sure. A couple ladies that'll never have love last that long. Go crazy for that shit. They'll never last. No relationship will last more than 2 years with anybody that loses that. Roger, how do you keep things fresh in the bedroom 10 years into marriage? Give us some tricks. Do you have any fucking Brazilian trickery?
Oh, man. I asked her to samba.
To what?
Samba. You know samba?
The dance?
Brazilian dance? Samba?
I actually don't. Why don't you do it? And why don't you guys play a little Brazilian beat? You show us how to samba.
Brazilian samba?
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Fucking Gonzalez would play the fucking dip. Oh! Wow. Look at that. Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Woo-hoo. Yeah. I love it. So you make her do samba, and then what happens?
No, she doesn't do it.
Oh.
Yeah. I asked her. She never does.
You just ask her to, and she doesn't do it. And then you fuck the shit out of her afterwards. That's how you keep things fresh in the bedroom. You remember the original question that I asked you?
I do my job.
You do your job. Absolutely. I love it. I would love to see the decoration in his house. Like he probably has a couple paintings of soccer players. He has inspirational quotes. Like, what is your decoration?
No, we don't have soccer stuff, but we have a lot of dog stuff in the house.
How many dogs do you have? Do you have a tattoo of your dog from Gay Paw print?
No, but I have an eagle here.
Whoa, look at that. So real eagle. Show the audience that eagle real quick. Show the audience.
I'm going to show it, but
Oh, okay. What a tease you are. What a fucking.
well, I'm just saying. I need you guys to get some information. The eagle get angry. Normal when it flex, the eagle get angry.
Okay, show us the normal.
What? The normal?
Yeah, that's normal. All right. Whoa.
That was crazy, huh?
I bet you have pictures of your family and your wife and your dogs on your little IT desk at work. I bet, don't you?
No, I do not.
Good.
I'm in fucking jungle. I have a big job and I told us.
I love it.
I said, I'm from the jungle. I got feature anaconda, jaguar.
You have to. Fuck you! Fuck you!
I love you, Brian. I'm going to see you tomorrow.
Oh, you're gonna see him tomorrow? Where at?
Somewhere. I don't know the name, but.
You're pre. Okay, hold on.
What do you mean, Brian? Come
Where are you
on.
performing?
I don't like to let anybody know where I'm performing. Thank you.
Really?
Green Jay!
Green Jay! Ultimate's headlining. If you haven't seen him do stand-up before, you are truly missing. You'll have to see your show for yourself.
Yeah, killer. I love it.
I love it. Rothschild Dos Santos, you had another great performance on this show. Have you gotten a joke book yet?
Yeah, and it's cool thing too, Adrian. When I got the book, I customized and have Adrian hook me up and you customize it.
I love it. So you already got one. You done deal. Well, Ultimate's got some gifts for you. Thanks for popping by. That's
All right, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Get it up.
Should we go to this book? Rothschild, come here. Come get your shit.
I'm gonna get it cold and shit.
There you go. Should we go to this bucket one more time? Should we get a lady out of there? We haven't had a girl come up yet tonight. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Here we go. Okay, here we go. We know this young lady. She works here at Vulcan. She's been on the show multiple times. It's been a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Brittany Ledesma, everyone. Brittany Ledesma. Here we go. Yeah. Come on, everybody. Make some noise for Brittany Ledesma.
Abortions were recently made illegal in Texas after 6 weeks from conception, which is a huge bummer. The good news is that staircases are still legal. And coat hangers are back, baby. Six Flags is open all year round. Actually, as a woman, no matter where you live, the most fiscally responsible thing you can do is to buy a season pass. I'll let you do the math on that, though. It is really sad that women can't get access to the health care they need, which is why I've decided to create a foundation for young pregnant women who are scared. They call me and I go beat the shit out of them. It's medical vigilante justice, baby. You got a victim mentality, fuck that, let's just make you one.
Yeah, absolutely. 58 seconds for Brittany Ledesma. Unbelievable. Best performance we've ever seen you have here. It's been a few months since we've seen you. You were on these shows at Antone's, which recently closed. I don't know if you guys know this. Antone's simply no longer in business. They didn't tell anybody. They're not even a club anymore. It's a democratic voting. Yeah, they just make sandwiches and sell records now. So that's it. They no longer do live shows. Tell all your friends, by the way, any shows that they had tickets for coming up or they're no longer honoring the tickets. They're not giving the money back. It's just completely closed. It's really, really crazy what they're doing. If you want to, you can leave bad Yelp reviews for them and let them know exactly how you felt about how they closed. Anyway, Brittany, that was amazing. You've been working hard on your stand-up, huh?
Yeah, I've been trying to.
You just opened up for Russell Peters, didn't you?
Yeah, I did this past week.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, at Bricktown.
I love it. Was that here in Austin?
No, it was in Oklahoma at Bricktown.
Fuck yeah, that's awesome. He flew you in and everything? That's so cool.
Guest spots, but
Okay, that's awesome though. That's incredible.
to the 2 late shows, which was awesome. They had a bunch of people there.
Fucking great. That's so cool. How long have you been on stand-up? Remind us.
Just 2 years.
Okay, and you work here in Fulton now, right?
Yeah, I work at Big Lots.
Okay. What do you do?
I see people.
Okay, perfect. Hey, that's what I was doing that at the Comedy Store fucking 15, 14 years ago. That's the same job that fucking Jim Carrey, David Letterman, Sam Kinison. Did you ever work at the store? Never. But you performed there.
It's not important that people sit down. You don't want people to stand up. It's an important occupation.
That is true. That is critical. Brittany, what do you do for fun when you're not performing stand-up?
I also have another job. I paint oil and gas tanks like once a month in South Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like sell them?
No, my dad's an oil and gas engineer, so he kind of just hires me to paint giant tanks.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. I gotta go see my goat ranch when I'm there.
You have goats?
Yeah, I got goats.
Do they faint? Do they don't faint?
I've never seen them
Yeah,
paint.
that's not a, that's a,
I don't know if
that's
that's
what they do on the internet. No, that's real. No, they faint. I'll show you some fainting goats. Yeah, on the internet. Yeah. No. They got them. You have fainting goats? Yeah. Okay. All right. How long have you been hanging out with goats your whole life?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. I love it. Anything weird ever happen? What can you tell us about goats? Red Man mentioned that they faint if you scare them, right? If you scare them.
They yell weird.
Yeah. Can you do an impression? Wow.
Come on.
You have a goat on that fucking thing? Makes me have a goat. All these years we've never had a goat. That's a sheep. Close enough.
Yeah.
Do you think that your father has ever had sex with one of these goats?
I hope not, but you never know.
Anything could happen. Goat has the third closest vagina to a human vagina. Is that true? Yeah. Dolphins number two? Dolphin, yeah.
I beg you different. That's the turkey.
What's number 4? Brian's personally is the one that ranks all these animals. What's the vagina? Golden retriever. At least it feels like the 4th one. Red Man. Trash can. I love it. What else, Brittany? What else has been going on? You're from Austin, Texas, born and raised.
Yeah.
Right. What do you think about the invasion of Californians and other people? Do you have a problem with it? Like,
Oh, I love it.
Right. It's fun for you.
Yeah. I like people who aren't like inbred.
Right. Less domestic violence, huh? Yeah. David Lucas is inbred right now. There's a couple looks I left in the green room.
What am I now?
You're an inbred person.
Bubblehead.
A bobblehead? What the heck? It's a bobblehead, Brian, not a bubblehead. I'm a bubblehead. Wait, guys, he's doing his impression of a bobblehead. It's a very rare treat here. Done 500 and I think 30 or 40 episodes, and we've never had anyone do a bobblehead impression. So you'd be surprised what you can see here. Kill Tony's always serving up fresh episodes. I love it. Brittany, anything else crazy happened since the last time you were on the show? What's fun? Anything exciting? Or Austin, Texas is crazy. Threesomes? Have you ever had a threesome?
Yeah. I had a threesome.
How many?
I had one threesome and one foursome. But
What was it? 3 guys and you, or 2
it was 2 and 2.
Team championship match?
I wasn't into it, so like 20 minutes and I just tapped out.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I wondered. And a threesome was a threesome, 2 guys?
2 girls and a guy.
Okay. All right.
The couple like groomed me.
Did you find yourself like fighting for position there, or because there's only, threesomes a little bit. It's a little bit.
There was a lot going on. I felt bad, so I was just out watching it. And most of it like a rotation.
There was a 4th person just watching.
No, just 3 people. It's like
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. It is a little bit different than a lot. It's a lazy man right there. Yeah. very, very.
Brittany, I would love to have you on the secret show Thursday. If you can.
And you get one of these awesome Big Kill Sony joke books. So congratulations. That's how you fucking do it. Brittany representing the ladies very well tonight. Come on, guys. Make some noise for Brittany Ledesma, everybody. All right, you guys ready to put a fucking ribbon on this show? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the show. We have one more regular. It just so happens to be that he's the longest standing regular in the history of the show. This guy, recently opening for Joe Rogan, opening for monsters all around the world, doing his own crazy shows. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery.
Crazy. Crazy fucking dude. First off, I would like to alert the girls who meet out with Fonzie now of COVID-19. I'm not kidding. After watching the movie Pearl Harbor, and maybe wish the Japanese would come back to finish the job. Boys to men, prove it. We need to include cornhole in the Olympics to be more inclusive of gay people. This is my impression of a little person asking questions about a script during his audition. Okay, it says here that I did get knocked around like a soccer ball. Is that a euphemism? I thought that was going to go so much better. Oh my God. All right, thank y'all so much. Exactly a minute by one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show, William Montgomery. I love that one. Milk bread here on Kill Tony every single week. I love your style is unbelievable. Every single week you're dressing better, you're looking better. What are you, 3 or 4 months sober now? 3, maybe 3 months sober. For those of you that don't know, William had a ridiculous drinking problem. Literally 24 cans of beer a day this guy was going. What'd you say? Was doing a bunch of cocaine as well. I highly recommend not doing that. Definitely. For those of you that don't know, William did so much cocaine that he ended up losing his eyebrows. I did, and I had these are brand new eyebrows. I have new eyebrows this week. How expensive are they? It was $10,000. $10,000 for the new eyebrows. Are they permanent? Yes, it's permanent. It's like the tattoos. Yeah, it was $10,000 for the beard. Wow, and they look perfect. Yeah, I mean, they could have matched your beard a little. I mean, it's a little dark. It is a little. What are you talking about? I mean, they look perfect. What do you mean? It's like Charlie Chaplin. Oh God, yeah, they're perfect. They are. Is that Sharpie marker? It's incredible. It's sort of scary. It was $10,000 and I swear to God, I am regretting it now. It's the wrong color. Where'd you get the money for that from? Oh man, I found it. You found $10,000. Where'd you find $10,000 at? In someone's pocket. Oh wow. I was on 6th Street this past weekend, and I started pickpocketing people. Oh, okay. Can you show us? Can you give us a little example of what that looks like? Brian Holtzman's going to be the innocent victim. He's got a long doctor's jacket on. He's going to be sort of hard. So nice to see you. It's been a while. Welcome to Chili's. Oh, there's nothing in that pocket. This is not good pickpocketing at all. Wow, joke's on you. The guy that carries the most stuff around with him in the history of the show keeps nothing in his pocket. Wow. That's hilarious. I would have guessed you have so much shit in your pocket. And instead, it's the ultimate fucking bluff. That's like going in Cosby's pockets and not finding roofies. You know what I mean? That's incredible.
William, I love this. Anna, where'd you get this shirt? Were you at an Indianapolis Colts convention or something like that?
Actually, on 6th Street, I'm stealing people's clothes as well. So,
Oh, okay.
I got this past Saturday.
All right. What else have you been doing for fun around town? You're a real Austinite now, one of the first of the Kill Tony crew to move out here.
I have been going to the mall and stealing people's stuff out of their bags. Literally, I started stealing set, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to stop.
Okay, maybe you become addicted to stealing things, huh?
I'm a little worried about it. I'm not kidding.
What else have you stolen from people this week?
Oh my God, I stole a car off of someone.
What kind of car?
It was like a Mazda Miata, one of the little Mazda Miata.
What do you do with it? Do you use it? You already have a car. You're just doing this for the fucking for like
Thrill. Yeah. I ended up crashing it into a tree. I had robbed a bank earlier that day. I stole the Mazda Miata. I shot a couple police officers.
Wow, did they pass away?
Did what?
Did the police officers that you shot, did they pass away?
They did.
Okay.
They're no longer fucking here.
You seem like the kind
I fucking murdered them. I fucking killed them. I killed 2 people. I'm not proud of it. I fucking shot 2 cops.
That's horrible, William. Very scary. It's a little
Scary as shit.
It's a little bit. Sometimes we've seen you get excited and scream about things. We had raisin bread and something else, but I don't think anything quite as morbid as you shooting.
I shot 2 fucking cops Saturday night.
Where was this at? Where in Austin?
Up at the mall.
Okay. We sure they were security guards.
Shut the fuck up, Brendan. What a dumbass question.
See, they could have been.
That's a stupid question.
It really was. What mall was it? Was it the Domain? Because if you shot 2 cops at the Domain, I'll give you money for that. I hate the Domain so much. Is there anything worse anywhere around this city than the Domain? I'm pretty sure it's the bottom of the barrel. I love the Domain. Of course you love the Domain. What did you?
Wow, what is eyebrow? God, it's a thing I wish I didn't purchase.
$10,000.
$10,000
On permanent. Can you get them touched up? Did they come with a warranty or anything?
They did not.
You return those eyebrows?
I don't think I fucking can.
Maybe you could get them highlighted or something?
Oh, maybe.
They're pretty dark. They're getting darker. I think the light is making them darker. I think it's taking away all the redness. Okay.
Would you ever dye your hair like the same color as those eyebrows? Just one? Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. All right. Yeah.
William, when you shot the police officers, did they say anything?
They were screaming. They were fucking screaming. I was yelling at them. You're about to get shot. They're fucking screaming for their lives. I shoot them anyway.
I guarantee you, this is Austin. There's at least 2 girlfriends that got brought to the show that are progressive liberals thinking to themselves someone should call the fucking cops. What is happening right now? I don't fucking understand. Is this why they look? Is this why they locked up the phone so that we can't call the police? There it was. Still worth it to do it. William, anything else crazy we should talk about before you go? You look fantastic. Your sets are unbelievable. You're sober. You're focused. It's crazy that you became a kleptomaniac because I'm pretty sure you stole the fucking show tonight, my friend. I killed 2 guys! I murdered them! They're dead! I don't ever want to interrupt these rambles that you go on. I never know when they're going to end. These screaming fits that you have, I think, are one of the most entertaining things in all of comedy right now. I'm starting to hurt my fucking throat. I've been screaming too much. So the only day I can fucking do now to make people laugh. My life is turning into a fucking nightmare. I just start fucking screaming to make people laugh. It literally is a nightmare. That's why I got this fucking tattoo on my face. William, we found out that when you quit drinking, a new addiction arose, that you've been eating many loaves of raisin bread. I'm still eating them. Have you lost any weight since you quit drinking, or have you gained weight? I've gained weight. Wow, it does sort of look like it. How much raisin bread have you been eating this week? Literally, up to this point, we're counting from... Let's go from Thursday. I would say from Thursday, this is Monday, and you're starting Thursday morning. Thursday morning, it's 3 loaves. 3 loaves of raisin bread from Costco, right? Costco? Yeah, I can't stop. The real William can tell when the William jokes end and when they start. That's what I love. That's fucking true. I really killed 2 cops, but I bet $1 million that he ate 3 loaves of raisin bread since Thursday. Yeah. Do you put butter on them? Like butter all over? Yeah. Where do you get the butter from? I've started stealing butter from the store. William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen, we did it again. How loud can this place get for the great Brian Holtzman? Wow. Whoa. One of the coolest drawings ever from Ryan J. Wow, look at that. You gotta see it to believe it. It's like a James Bond homage featuring Brian Holtzman, Red Band, and I'm awesome. What a fun fucking time. Thank you to the Yellow Rose, the Red Rose, Cody. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot that our friends over at Nether Hour, the band that's playing after the show, made this shirt for whoever Kiss on Skip tonight. I forgot about this. So, if Stormy and Jennifer are still here, this is for us. We weren't expecting 2 people to kiss on Skip this week. So, we have a shirt for you. The girls have to share it. How about a hand for the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band? The Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band. Brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's Michael Gonzalez on drums, Matt Fielding on guitar, and the return of T-Madness tonight, everybody. CM Smokehouse, Crown Royal, and Brian Holtzman, actually. Hey, Cody, are you still here? Cody, can you sit down here real quick? I want you to do something fun for us. One last thing. Hell yeah. Shout outs to Austin Reserve Jam. Make sure you listen to Dead Air with Brian Holtzman. It's a podcast that he's been doing for a while. It's produced by Red Band. And by the way, you know, like a lot of people that you see from this show and all this in the universe of Kill Tony, Holtzman has on the show. He's had Hans Kim, Isabella, who Hans Kim broke her heart, all those people. Here comes Cody, everybody. Let Cody through, David. David, let Cody through. Here comes Cody. Cody, Brian Holtzman laminates all these things. I want you to point that right towards that camera. Hold that right over your chest. Follow Brian Holtzman on Instagram at Brian Holtzman. On Facebook at Brian Holtzman. He's on Twitter at Holtzman Brian. Why would he do that? It gets a little tricky on Twitter. YouTube is Brian Holtzman Now, all one word. Holtzman.store for all your Brian Holtzman merch. The podcast, Dead Air Austin. That is his show. Podcast, Dead Air LA. Some past episodes. And Instagram at Brian Holtzman. How about a hand from Cody, everybody? Brian Holtzman. Cody, thank you so much. Did you guys have fun here tonight? All right, that's the end of this part of the show. Brian, later. Thank you. Love it, everybody.
Hey, how you doing out there? It's Worldwide Web. Once again, I'm Phil Tony, and you don't want to miss it. Everybody's going to get vaccinated. Everybody's going to stay alive. Everybody's going to do it. You have to do it. Stop COVID-19. We're too good. We're too good. Hey, this is Senator coming to you live from Local Gas Company in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get out my house! Austin, it's Monday night. You gotta let these podcast listeners know what the fuck is up. You have to make noise right now. The great Brian Ray Band's here, ladies and gentlemen. You are the number one live podcast in the world. Are you guys excited to be here tonight? Goddamn motherfucking right. Very exciting stuff. We have a full roster of awesomeness ahead of you. Historically, Austin, Texas, a lot of people saying the best episodes in the 8-year history of the show. Hell yeah. Right here in your hometown. That's the rumor on the street. I agree with them 100%. And look at this. We have a brand new decoration. We famously had a sword on the stage for all of our shows in Los Angeles. Somehow that ended up in my wrong golf bag when I moved out here to Texas. But it's only fitting that we would switch the show from Los Angeles to Austin, and we switched from a sword to a brand new gun, everybody. It's a 45 caliber Phil Tony. It's a fucking legit heavy fucking gun. By the way, when the guy gave it to me in the parking lot, I was a little freaked out at first. Shout out to Thomas Landis. Thomas Landess. He's on Instagram with that name for making the gun for us. Very fucking cool. How about a hand for the band, everybody? How cool is that shit, huh? The Phil Tony Band brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. This is the great Matt Mueling on guitar, everybody. And there's Michael Gonzalez on the drums. And this is our good friend, fresh from a 2-week break thanks to the coronavirus. Now he's stronger than ever. How about a hand for D-Madness, everybody? Holy shit. This Kill Tony brought to you by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose, the two best strip clubs not only in Austin, but in the world. We also would like to give a shout out to a brand new sponsor, SoCo Modern Gallery. That's a real art gallery on South Congress Avenue that is an amazing supporter of not just art, but our art here in Kill Tony. That there is a piece by local artist Ashley Metro. So check out the SoCo Modern Art Gallery. That's super fucking cool. High Society. Brand new joke books made by the great Adrian Cavazos. Follow him at Instagram at Burnside. Big joke books for the people that perform well. Small joke books for the people that suck tonight. You know, that works well. Filled up on food from the great CM Smokehouse, who is a proud sponsor here at Kill Tony, and also serving up food at the after party that happens here. Shout out to Yoni out there with the steady cam, also fresh from the coronavirus. It's all happening. Canteen and Cantina, local Austin company that makes vodka soda and tequila soda. Unbelievable. So good. Unbelievable product. And it gets you drunk. Yeah. Very fun stuff.
calories. And we have the great Ryan J. Ebel drawing tonight's episode all the way from Los Angeles, California. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. All those things, including t-shirts and the brand new Kill Tony bingo cards are available at RyanJEbel.com. And I do believe they're going to be available for sale in-house starting next week. And, yeah, very exciting stuff. A bunch of people signed up for the show. Very, 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 very exciting stuff. But before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit about the amazing sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you for free right now. You know, I think that if there's one thing we all learned in this past year and a half, it's how fragile life is. People can get sick, people can fall over, maybe you have an underlying condition, maybe you get hit by a train, anything can happen. With that said, it makes sense why people get life insurance, especially term coverage, which is surprisingly affordable. Why not pay a bit each month to protect the ones you love? If you're asking yourself this question, choose Ladder.
Ladder is 100% digital, no doctors, no needles, no paperwork. You apply for 3 million in coverage for less. You need a few minutes, a phone or a laptop to apply. Ladder's smart algorithm work in real time, so you'll find out instantly you're approved. If you prefer to talk to a person, their team of licensed agents doesn't work on commission, so they'll help you and not tell you. No hidden fees, cancel anytime, get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. And Ladder policies are insured by insurance with long proven history and safe claims. Rated A and A+ by AM Best.
Finally, this life insurance costs more to age. Now's the time to cross it off your list. So go to ladderlife.com/Tony today to see if you're instantly approved. That's LADDERlife.com/Tony. Ladderlife.com/Tony. You know, Redman and I aren't really creative guys. Obviously, we have a ton of friends that are, and our friends tell us that their favorite creative is super speciosa. Creative gives them the energy to get everything they need to get done all day. It's an all-natural herb related to the coffee plant that's been used in Thailand for centuries. It helps boost energy, relieve stress, enhance mood, relieve aches and pain. Super Speciosa has only one ingredient, pure creatively. Helps you feel good without feeling impaired. You know about this, Red Bay.
Oh yeah, you know, if you want to have help or that extra courage to ask somebody out on a special day, have to train them. Or if you want to ask your boss for a raise, it's freedom time. Or you need to run that extra mile. Kratom is also used as a free workout. Has a 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back.
So do what you need to do. Try Kratom and get 20% off your entire order. Go to getsuperleague.com/Tony and use the promo code Tony for 20% off your entire order. Again, that is getsuperleague.com/Tony and use the promo code Tony for 20% off your entire order. One of our favorite sponsors in the world today is Wallet. It's a light, sleek, and industrial wallet. It doesn't fold awkwardly or budge in your back pocket. And it has seriously changed our entire podcast situation. Everybody has one. Everybody's happy. Everybody feels cool. They have confidence on stage. They have confidence off stage. They were with us episode 100, episode 500. It's one of our biggest sponsors. If you ever carry a wallet, why not support the show? Get one of these awesome wallets. You're going to feel good. You're going to look cool. You're going to say Tony sent you. They're absolutely unbelievable. Redman and I, our entire cast, we all use it. It holds up to 12 cards, plus it's cash, with 30 colors and styles, including carbon vibrant burnt titanium. They have over 40,000 5-star reviews. Super durable, which means each wallet comes with a lifetime warranty. You can buy this one wallet and carry it for your entire life. It's a lifetime warranty, so it's absolutely worth what you pay for it. The Rich team is so confident that you'll like it that they'll let you test drive it for 45 days. You can send it back for a full refund if you don't love it. You literally have nothing to lose. Redman, tell these people what I'm trying to tell them.
I mean, how many years have we sat on that big lumpy wallet? And why is the wallet in our back for pants? We thought of that idea. It hurts your back. And a lot of times you have that big wallet that you get at like Target. It has like millions of business cards in there. It's like 3 inches thick.
Now I have it in my front pocket. It's so slick and smooth. Never going to have another wallet for the rest of my life. I agree. Don't be a Baku. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to rich.com/Kiltony. Use the code Kiltony at checkout. Again, 10%. Save it. Get it. It'll last you a lifetime. Go to rich.com/Kiltony and use the code Kiltony at checkout. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Every single week we have one of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This guy, Comedy Store Royalty, ladies and gentlemen. This guy used to open up for Sam Kinison, and he's everybody's favorite. He's your favorite comedian's favorite comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the great Jimmy Schubert, everybody. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. Jimmy, a long-time veteran guest of Kiltony. He's been with us since its inception at the Comedy Store. A badass motherfucker. He's on tour always. And his specials available at jimmyschubert.com. That's SHUBERT. JimmySchubert, all one word.com. Jimmy, how are you?
I'm great, man. Thanks for having me.
Love it. I'm so excited that you're in Austin, Texas. We always have so much fun.
It's great.
You're a wild man.
You've been in Florida, man. Last time we saw you at Kiltony, Miami. It was an amazing time. How was Florida? It's great. It's a full hot right now. It's hot everywhere.
It really is. It's hot as fuck here in Texas. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know what else is hot? It's tonight's show. A bunch of people signed up for the opportunity. Comedians, are you back there? Make some noise so that they know you're real. Over 100 comedians signed up for the opportunity to get pulled out of this bucket tonight. If I pull their name out, they get 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy time. You know your time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or we're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood there. All right, that's it. You guys ready to start the show? This is it. All right. Kicking off tonight's show, instead of going to the bucket, we have this week 3 regulars that will be performing. This is one of them. Every single week, we have regulars debut a brand new minute. It's very, very hard to do in the art of stand-up comedy, doing 52 new minutes per year, plus road shows when they're at them. But these guys always figure out a way to get the job done. Your first comedian tonight, one of our favorite regulars in the history of the show, formerly a master of improv out of Chicago's Second City, did it for decades, written about in history books, then got diagnosed with ALS, decided to chase his bucket list dream of becoming a comedian. This is Michael Lehrer, everybody. Make some fucking noise for the great Michael Lehrer. Over here, guys. Over here. Grab that microphone. There you go. Thank you. Sweet. How about one more time for the great, powerful, brand new minute from Michael Lehrer, everybody.
It's not right. Right now, I think we studied 100 million Americans. I funded one base I get a restraining order. Now, people always ask, everything they get, the microphone cable
Oh, my own friends are clapping at that? Backstabbing traitors. Wow, what a hot take from the audience. Oh, we're going to take the dying guy's side. Oh, whatever, you pussies. Michael, that was a fun set.
Yeah, it was no I five jokes when the interface portion. Let me spin them.
Okay, let's do some more jokes. You want to do more jokes?
Yo, I'm gonna say hi to my main man, Jimmy Showbiz. I got you, I love this show. I saw him walking in. I didn't think he might have the cow.
Oh, shit, wow. Yeah.
So, he's a legend with the cow.
Yeah.
Yo, but happy Taylor too.
Jesus Christ. You don't have to say that beforehand. You can
No,
just do
I
it.
do. I'm set up for failure every fucking week, and I fucking kill. Imagine if I was set up for success. Now, my people tell me all the time, oh, your son looks so much like me. Bullshit. This is supposed to look like Magic Johnson, Kevin Hart, Denzel Washington. My confession time. My girlfriend's only cheat on me with black guys. Look, I know what I might say. My brother was some brothers, but I think the only way to make America great again is if my girlfriend stops cheating on me with black guys.
There you go. That's when you say black guys 3 times, you hear the baking soda sound effect. That's just how Phil Tony works. Do you think she's really cheating on you, by the way, Michael? Because I bet she is. But do you think she is? Yeah.
Yeah, they all do. Because I'm a micro.
Oh, wow. You better keep her away from D Madness back there. I'm telling you, this guy will literally fuck anything. I know it for a fact.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Great man. All right. Michael, what else? What else this week? What else is going on?
It's a crazy week. We are dealing with a pandemic that war boundaries what is right for each other and our individual freedom. But we need to get our kids back in the classroom. There's no more virtual learning because we can't teach our teens critical race skills while they're masturbating. One more.
Okay. You son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. My God.
Look, we need to keep Broadway open, alright?
Broadway?
Yeah, Broadway. Without Broadway, rich white people want to have rap music that doesn't overwhelm them. Look, what I mean is, if we people open Broadway, maybe, just maybe, it's worth lucky. The whole cast of Hamilton will get corona and die.
Oh, my goodness. All right. I love it. Michael, you got to meet Andrew Dice Clay last night, one of your heroes. Is that correct?
Yeah. It was very cool. When I was 8 years old in 1986 on HBO on Rodney Dangerfield special, I met
Keep going. Tell us more. Then what happened? Keep going. Keep telling us this emotional Andrew Dice Clay story. When that piano kicks in, it gets me every time. Fucking flies at this point. Nick, you need to fucking clean up your club a little bit, dude. Get some of those fly strips in your joint or something. Like, oh, disgusting.
Speaking of Dice Clay, I was here yesterday for the show, and
That's what I said. I said you got to meet Dice last night. I actually said that. No, we're not going to cut it. No, that's not how it works. You don't get to decide when the music is. That's us. We decide that, Michael. Tell your fucking story. All right, it's over. It's over. Go ahead. Go ahead.
it's for Dice Clay and Camp and Henry, most of you guys are doing smell like fabuloso. It's like Kool-Aid all-purpose meal from Mexicans. Fabuloso. I must be original.
Yeah, it is a regional thing. I've heard of Fabuloso joke. Do better in Los Angeles.
Look, I just said I'd like to say one more thing before I leave.
All right, perfect. This one just takes 7.5 minutes, so let's just get it out of the way.
I know the world is upside down right now, but the only people having a better summer than the Milwaukee Bucks are the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's true. It is a big week for the Taliban. A big week. How about a big hand for Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen? He did it again. Come on, make some fucking noise for the great Michael Lair, everybody. This is the part where he stage dives. Alright, you guys ready to go to this bucket? Anything can happen. Over 100 people signed up. Let's see what happens. Mix them up, I get in there, and I pull the first name out of the bucket. The first comedian goes by the name of Jordan McDonald. Anything can happen here, people. We have no idea who these people are. Could be a local legend, could be a first timer, could be a 20-year veteran that sucks. Could be a crazy person. Here's your first comedian. This is Jordan McDonald, everybody. Make some noise for Jordan. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? I realize I look like every light-skinned black dude with long hair who's ever been famous. I look like Lenny Kravitz. I look like a Tom Prince. I look like that nigga from High School Musical, Corbin Blues. I look like Zero from Home. Eric Andre, Colin Kaepernick. I look like all these niggas, man. I look like Sideshow Bob. You got yellow, he's light skinned. I think Walmart's an interesting place. If you ask me, that's plan A, B, and C all at the same time. Thank you, thank you. I'm a hip-hop fan. I like to imagine what DMX would sound like if he was French. I feel like DMX would sound something like, bonjour, what? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Omelette du fromage, nigga, that's cheese. Wow, Jordan McDonald. Holy shit. Thank you. Coming out guns blazing. Thank you. You do look like all those things that you don't look like. Oh, incredible. Great. It's like a light skinned Rhea Perlman. Has anybody ever told you that before?
Oh, no.
You ever seen Danny DeVito's wife? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Somebody said I look like an albino Afro man after a show last week. Okay. I was like, all right, I get it.
All right. I love it. How long have you been on stand-up? That was a fantastic set.
It's 2018. Wow. Yeah, I did it twice in 2017 and did terrible. And then 2018, I was like, yo.
Okay. All right. You remember your worst joke from your first set?
My very first set, I was living in an Airbnb in LA, and I talked about how I was mad that the Airbnb roommates were eating my bananas because I'm a vegetarian. And exactly how y'all looking at me is how everybody was looking at me. Yeah, exactly. You're like, I should have some jokes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So just making everybody hungry with the banana talk.
Yeah.
I love it, man. So now do you live here in Austin, Texas?
Yes, sir.
When did you move here?
So I'm actually from Texas. I'm from Sherman, Texas, up in North Texas. Yeah, shout out to that. A bunch of meth heads and stuff.
Yeah.
I lived out here in 2016 to 2017. My sister went to UT. And then I did from Austin to LA. And then I've been on the road from LA to like Atlanta from June to like last June. And I just got back to Austin. So I've been around.
Okay. I've been around. What do you do for work? How do you make a living?
Unemployment, baby.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
September 6th. That last day, boy.
Wow, you have it set up.
Set up, man.
Where are you getting unemployment from? What company?
So I used to MC and host dance competitions for 2 years.
Yeah.
So I would go across the country and get people hype on stage because dance competitions are boring as fuck.
Do you dance a little bit?
Yeah.
Let me see some of your
Yeah,
dance.
put on some, you guys have any dance music for it? Let's get some here for the intro. Oh, shit. There goes the back. Oh, shit. Wow.